Hey, 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 people. Starting in a few minutes. Made a mess of the dog's food. I gotta clean that up. Ugh. So I will be with you in 1 minute. Uno momento. Let's see if I posted this video. No, it appears that I have not. Okay. Download that, John, to Streamclips. Hey, cut it out. Alright. Hey, Opie. Why don't you cut it the out? Why don't you cut it the out? You know what I mean? So how is everybody today? Doing alright? Alright, stream will start shortly. Alright, are we ready to rock? Ready to roll? How do I mute this conversation? I just wanted to be quiet. Mute conversation for an hour. That should be good. That should be all good. And this has to be Mixer. Mixer doesn't show up over there because it likes to make my life difficult. Okay. Alright. I see. There's a problem. What's up, Mr. Lean? What's going on? Let me switch this up. Bam! What's up? What's happening? What's happening? How is your Thick Boy Thursday going? Hope it's going well. Gonna mute the conversation on this. Fizzone as Wizzo. Is anybody on? Nope. I guess we're gonna be doing some warm-ups. Alright. I changed my overlay up a little bit, so hopefully it is not in the way. Turn this like that. Let me start up my Spotify. I need the Spotify. Alright, here we go. This is how we do it. As much as I want to have like fun stuff on the stream, my videos always get muted and shite. Let's see. Oh, something just beeped in the thing. That dude was talking shit before. That's what Zero said. So I'm good. Let's ready up. Zeddy, what up, buddy? Welcome to the House of Horrors, where the horror of houses happens. Trying to think, who do I follow on? Who do I follow on the Instagrams that makes the music grams? Let's see. Ow. follow somebody that makes music.
I've got everything you need.
Whoa, tried to stop me.
Ready up. It's go time.
Wonderful.
Master, follow me.
Sick of. I'm gonna give that up. I don't want that. We're gonna try some freezing and hip hop.
Here we go. Ready up.
All right. Here we go. Oh, they're popping smoke. Here I come. Give me something. Ammo and a helmet. Nothing over here.
Helmet here. Level, helmet here. Level 1. Contact hostile.
Are they not? Are they not coming? Shit. Like what are you doing? You're right there. Why would you not? Okay, he was there. He did fight. All right, cool. I thought he just watched it happen. Now he engaged. He engaged. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at him. I'm not. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not mad. I said I'm not mad. Stop it. Alright, so I guess his Instagram handle isn't his rapping handle. Let's see, let's check his profile. Freeze it. It's out on SoundCloud, but I guess it's not out on Spotify. Oh no, there he is. There we go. Let's see what he's about. So I need 3 kills as Wraith. Let me adjust this, bring this back some. 3 kills as Wraith and other stuff that I didn't get the chance to see. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Let me zoom in. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. We're going for it. All right. We can do this. We got this. Peacekeeper, let's do it. And I got bins for days.
Knockdown shield here. Level Mozambique here.
Not gonna ping that.
Havoc here. Hemlock here.
I'm not pinging anything. Alright, cool. That's how we doing it. Okay, I see you. I see you, Mr. No Pinger. No Pinger. You got a mic and you ain't talking either? You ain't nothing but a chump pinger.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Read it back. Body shield here. Level 2. Phoenix kit here. Wingman here. Heavy ammo here. Energy ammo here. Peacekeeper here.
Let's see where we got. Let's see what do y'all wanna do?
Body shield here. Level 2.
This is killing me.
Upstart here. Cargo bag here. Could be lucky this time.
I'll take a purple. There we go. I need a bag.
Sniper stock here. Level 2. Sniper stock here. Level 3. Package coming in.
Alright, here we go. Ooh, I am hungry. Could use that level 3, I guess, earlier, but I didn't realize it was too far. there's some energy.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh, yeah, take that blue helmet.
Potion here. Energy ammo here. Energy ammo here.
Yeah, let's do it that way. Yeah, man.
New kill leader. Watch for them. Let's explore this one.
Yep. Alright, let's go get involved. People over here making some noise. I think. I hear somebody healing up. Where they at? Trying to tell me how to play. But if I was crouching, when he was crouching, I would have just shot him in the back.
Every legend is built. This one started with Craig.
I guess crouching doesn't really help.
Sure, and he gave it a name.
Does it, dipshit?
WX7 is the biggest one yet. Fitting power, style, best you can get. An all-leather interior is luxury show.
I love it when people think that they are God's gift to shit.
True mark. This legend
They just suck my.
inspires. First ever BMW X7. Make every day legendary.
Boom, 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 boom. So 5 headshots is crypto. Thank 3 teammates. That's weird. 3 kills is Wraith. And then I need 6 more knockdowns with submachine guns and kill 2 enemies as caustic while they're gassed. I think the gas is to kill them for that. I'm not really sure. So I knock out these dailies, then I'll go to the Thick Boy Thursday. I forget, knockdowns or kills is crypto. I gotta do something. Yeah, man, trying to make you. They're like, we put all this effort into making these thank yous. You need to freaking use them. So, whatever. I shall thank them. Right, Chibs? We're gonna thank these mofos. I know you need a bed or something. You can lay over here. It's gonna, those carpet tiles will be more comfortable. Don't tell him plus ultra. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Where are you? Oh, we're going to the epicenter. Oh, someone's falling short, so I'm gonna hit this with the slide. Oh, I couldn't quite reach that. Oh, charge rifle, I will take it. I'm usually no good with this. Oh, yes, I need that. Yes, 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 yes. Nobody got time for the peacekeeper. Yeah, I got me a charge rifle. I'm actually pretty proud of myself for landing those, there you go. It's 2 thanks. Got 2 thank yous in that one little thingamajigger. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna get my 3rd one right here. Yep. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna get a 4th one. I'll thank this guy for this, John. Come on. Gifted Poet 4200. It's like if a robot was a poet. The Gifted Poet 4200. Right. Oh shit, I should put my drone out. Zero's online. It's about to get interesting. What? I was like stuck behind the you bastards. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Oh boy, well that didn't freaking work. You don't see me. You don't see me. You don't see me. They saw me. They found me. Alright, while we watch him, I am gonna go get my sandwich. Thank you for the sparks, buddy. I appreciate them. One day I'll be able to do something with them. But thank you very much. Damn! Gifted poet, dog! Look at him rocking and rolling. I guess I'll wait. Someone else coming. You didn't grab my banner, bro. Grab a thing out of the things. You don't have a vest. What? What just happened? Did he want to die? What? What? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what just happened. What's up, Zero? It is. It's going great. I forgot I was muted. What's up?
Yeah, for some reason it wouldn't let me join your party.
I'm not in a party. I'm on here by my lonesome. I am streaming right this second.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's definitely a show, some form of show.
It's got to be a show before.
Yeah, I mean that's one way to look at it.
Made the mistake of buying some whiskey tonight. I'm not really a big whiskey drinker. It's kind of, I don't know, it kind of makes, I just don't like the taste, but
Well,
figured I'd buy it, so I better drink it.
yeah, I mean, you can't waste it, so.
Get some chaser or something. Yeah.
What kind of whiskey?
It's called Benchmark. There's a whiskey called Eagle Rare, which is pretty good as whiskey goes. It's kind of like, it's pretty drinkable for whiskey.
Okay.
But it's made by Buffalo Trace Distillery, and this is also made by them, but it's a much cheaper whiskey. It's like $13 versus, I don't know, $40 or something like that, 35, $40.
Okay.
And I mean, you know, it's okay. Whiskey's not really my thing. Every once in a while I buy a bottle and I really regret.
Yeah, I used to drink whiskey like in like high school and my college years. I didn't go to college, but those years I should have been in college. And I think I did because my dad did. So like that's like what was around the house, easy access to.
Right.
And when you're in high school, you're experimenting with things. So I'm taking his like Seagrams and like mixing it with Kool-Aid and stuff.
Right.
It was not good, but
Yeah, you know, some of the mixed stuff I can handle. That Eagle Rare, it's pretty much like Gentleman Jack. And oh, you son of a bitch! Somebody's punching me. Oh my god!
oh, that's it. Where? Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm looking for a gun.
I got a gun. I'm coming to shoot these mofos.
Oh dude, I thought that was a gun I picked up. What the fuck? This one's got a Mozambique.
Okay, I have shield cells but no heals.
I don't know what I picked up that was not a gun that looked like a gun, but
You picking up sticks and rocks, Zero?
yeah.
You had some ammo which I could use, and you had a barrel stabilizer. Maybe that's.
Oh, it must have been it. It must have been like kind of dark. Oh, how did that miss? Oh, dude, good shooting. That first shot, you were dead on him, and then as soon as like it recoiled, he was like 3 feet. to
Yeah,
the
I
left.
thought it should have hit, but. I mean, well,
But then you hit those next two. But yeah, man. Like that Eagle Rare, it's drinkable. You know, you put some ice or water in it, and it's just like Gentleman Jack pretty much. But this is probably more drinkable than regular Jack Daniels is. But I don't know. The taste of whiskey. Like when I drink it, if it's straight or even with just some ice, like it makes the muscles in my forehead like spaz a little bit. I feel like I'm like involuntarily frowning. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm involuntarily frowning now. And it's like, dude, whiskey wrinkles. I'm gonna get whiskey wrinkles.
yeah, your body knows how much you don't like it.
Yeah, it's like, no. I might try and mix me something in a little bit here. My point in getting it was to not drink so many fucking beers that add up to like, 1,000 calories in an hour
Right.
or shit on top of what I
Well,
eat.
my go-to is vodka and Sprite. So I don't know if.
That doesn't
Yeah,
sound
I used to get my go-to used to be 7 and 7. I mean, because I didn't know any better. I'm just like, yeah, it's just like what I grew up drinking. So like, it's Seagram 7 and 7 Up is what it's supposed to be, but it could be like Sprite or whatever. They can kind of put whatever in it, and bottom shelf whiskey, and you have no idea. It all just tastes like shit. So like when I'd go to a bar and I'd get that and I'd get a strong drink, I'm like, oh yeah, like I can taste this is nice and strong. I'm gonna get fucked up, and then I would just have to force myself through like the first two, and then they'd get a lot easier to drink.
It's easier.
But my buddy was drinking. We were at the bar. This is years ago, and I thought he got a water because it's vodka and Sprite, so it's clear. So I'm like, "What? You got a water? Like, what are you doing? You're just like pretending that you're drinking?" He's like, "Nah, it's vodka and Sprite, idiot." I'm like, "Oh shit, let me try that," and I've never gone back.
It blends better than the Seagrams. I mean, yeah. the
Yes.
Seagrams does. Oh, I didn't mean to pick up that 45.
Yeah, I got a 99. I'm good. Yeah, it's. I mean, if you get like a good vodka, like I like Tito's personally. Like Absolute's okay and
Yeah, I
stuff,
think
but
I've had
Tito's is like
Tito's.
my favorite. It's like, it's not too pricey.
Yeah, like what is it? Like $20 for a 7 for one of the big bottles, like the 1.5. Or is it
It's
more than that?
it's
Tito's a little more than
about that. It's like I get when I get it, I get like the big ass, fucking like 37-gallon jug.
the double
Yeah, the
750,
jug,
yeah.
the fucking the milk jug.
Oh, you get a jug.
Yeah, I go
Okay.
hardcore.
What's that like?
It's like
What's that?
$35, so it's not bad.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
Yeah.
pretty-
So, and I mean,
I'd heard that Tito's
yeah,
is pretty good.
and I don't drink that often, so like that lasts me quite a while.
Yeah.
But even if I were to drink every day, it would probably still last me quite a while. I mean, like, I'm dropping a longbow if you're interested.
Yeah. Yeah, vodka will really last you. Usually I'm okay with it. I'll mix it with something. I've actually got a longbow,
Okay.
thank you.
Do you need ammo for it? I got
But,
a 100
every
heavy.
once in a while, I could use 20 rounds.
Yep.
Thank you. Did you hear a drone?
No, I heard our teammate was charging up a choke or a havoc or something.
Oh, okay.
Well, that didn't work. Where'd our teammate go?
If you see any spare optics, I could use.
Okay. He was up here like playing with his thingy. Now what's he doing? Now he's below us. I came up here. I thought he wanted to push. He dropped down below us to fucking shoot his havoc off.
What the fuck?
Come on, rude guy.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll make the mistake of doing shots with vodka though, and a couple of times I've had a visit from Ralph. Just going a little too fast.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't really drink that often, so like, even just drinking a little bit makes me feel like shit the next day. So I don't.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's up, babe? You can, or you can give him a peanut butter bone or something. No, yeah, I don't think he plays with it. That should be fine. Alright, yeah, then yeah, give it to him. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, I just saw somebody drop down here. Yep, we got a squad.
Okay. Oh, I'm coming, dude. I'm a block away or something.
Alright, it's me and Rude Guy up here.
Rude
Oh, they're trying.
guy. Rude. Oh, I thought that was rude guy.
They're trying to do like zip line by grenading, and it's not working.
Some of that old
Yeah.
bullshit.
They keep taking the zip lines up and throwing grenades, and they're not doing a very good job. Oh shit! They're on the roof. Fuck. Oh, there goes my shields.
Oh, god damn that stupid.
Oh, they're getting somebody up, I think. Oh, not today, Satan. Not today. Get.
Not today, Satan. Oh shit. Hey, good kills there.
Oh, yeah, I just got the last guy. But.
Oh, there's I hear another guy.
Oh, he dead. That's when he knew that.
Here's another.
Oh, that grenade's gonna hurt. Oh, that's another grenade.
Come on in, kid. Take a couple of frags.
Oh, you need to shield up if you got him.
Yeah, yep. You didn't think I did.
Oh, they're over there.
Here they come again. I think they went up a level. Nope. Got one down. Oh, I can't get on the down.
Haha.
Yeah. Sucky.
Whoa, where did this box come from?
Another one
This
in the
box
basket.
looks like it just fell from the sky.
Oh yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I threw my Spitfire down for a 301 for a second.
Oh, I need
get up the
heavy
rope,
emmos. There we go.
Here's 12.
No, I'm good. I just picked it up out of the box.
Oh, actually, here's 80.
I just picked it up out of the box. I am good. Thank you, though.
That's an uncharged blue shield, or maybe a partially charged blue shield.
Oh, there's big shield cells down here.
Oh, you're good.
We got shit for days. All that.
Here's a bunch of heavy.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually gonna go. We got.
Wow, can I not find
Oh,
a
there's a
backpack?
purple bag right here.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
Thank
and one of those use sites if you're into that weird shit.
I do like those for the 1X. Oh, I already had one. I didn't know.
Fun.
Okay. I'm gonna mark that for the kid here.
I don't know. Rude guy doesn't have. Everybody's got bags. He doesn't have a knockdown shield. But whatever. We are kicking teeth in.
Yeah.
There's a 2 to 4 here. I don't know if you still have that longbow.
Yeah, I would rather have a 2x4.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, it's over here.
I picked up this 3X and
I think I hear footsteps. I don't really know. Oh, yep, right here.
oh shit, I didn't know I had my longbow out.
You should shield up or swap. Okay, yeah.
I've only got one.
Oh,
set.
shit.
Oh shit, that guy's hurt. I hit him for 27.
Oh, there's 2 of them out there. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man, that Gibraltar shit. What are you doing,
Come
rude
on,
guy?
teammate. Come on.
You're going for like a ridiculous flank? Alright. Yeah, get me up. We'll get 0 up, because you clearly don't know.
Here he comes.
Alright, good. I emptied a clip into him. Alright, now. Alright, so somebody just finished them up.
Oh, get us, kid. Get us. There's more dudes coming.
Come on, bro.
I swear.
You should have smoked first. Oh, no, the circle's here. Shit. That's gonna.
Got a book.
Gotta heal. Gotta heal.
Here,
Gotta
it's on
heal.
the zip. Okay,
Alright.
yeah, oh well,
Nah, you.
I'm gonna just crawl toward the. I'll be okay to crawl toward the new.
Yeah, I didn't have. I just tried to
Oh,
heal as
what?
soon as I got up, and I wasn't able to. So.
Yeah, our guy shouldn't have ran off and tried to kill those guys like that. He should have just like worked the perimeter to the circle.
Yeah. What a clown.
What a clown. Oh, Monkey was playing Minecraft or something.
I'm sure Grim will be on at some point. He hasn't texted me yet,
Yeah.
but
I'm getting something to drink while I'm waiting.
Sounds like a plan. Yep. I'll get it next time. Actually, you know what? BRB. Alright, here we go. Oh, someone's grenading.
Yeah, if you see him, mark him. I'm up high. I'm looking. Oh, I hear a dude. Is he on here with me? Oh, dude on a zip line there.
Oh, shit. Actually, I should not. I should take this hemlock instead of this wingman. 4 bolts will get me killed.
There's a guy up in here. Up on the
I don't think there's a way that I can get up there.
Oh no, this guy's one shot. He is almost dead. I don't know how he fucking got me.
Oh, there's 2 of them now. Shit, I need to.
Oh shit! Oh, our full teammate left. Man.
Get out the window! Get out the window! Right here.
Oh no! Nice.
Damn it.
Oh, good job though. That was. Wow, that damn beam rifle. I think he killed you with just the 3 damage tick there. That thing must tick faster than it even looks like it ticks. I know you had real low.
Yeah, I didn't have
but it
much.
looked like it was like,
Yeah, it did look like the big
maybe
shot
maybe it was just a
went
little
past
lag.
me, like when I was down, but I don't know.
Yeah. And I feel like I was looking at your health bar. I know you only had like 25 health or something like that, but like before the big shot, it looked like your health went real quick down to 0, like in a gradual but very fast way. And like when you're firing that thing, it goes 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and it doesn't look like it's quite as fast as it actually was there. I don't know.
Yeah. When I know what you're talking about. When I'm on,
Maybe it lags behind.
when I'm behind the rifle, it doesn't seem like it ticks that fast, but I went down pretty
me
quick.
neither. Like it's fast, but.
Yeah, I forgot which guy was the down guy. So I forgot which one I was gonna. I needed to shoot to kill. Because I didn't want to shoot the guy that I downed already. I wanted to.
The one I called, you got.
Yeah, and I forgot. When I was running up, I wasn't sure if he was the Birdman or the Gibraltar, maybe. Because I wanted to shoot the guy that.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
Gibraltar.
I wanted to shoot. I wanted to shoot the other guy. The guy I shot, he went down immediately. That's not the guy I wanted to down. I wanted to down the guy who had more health.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know what you mean. There were two more, right? Because you downed the other guy too, and then that female
Yeah.
dude got you.
I'm gonna give that up.
But you know, when I down two guys in a row, even if one of them was pretty weak, I don't usually feel bad if a third guy gets me and I got no support. You know.
Yeah. I just.
I mean, what can you do? You know, unless you're just a fucking. Total
Which I
badass,
am not.
you know? It's like- yeah, me neither.
What? Really?
Not that we don't have moments of badassery, but
Yep. There definitely are
I
moments.
mean, it's not like we're playing this 8 hours a day. You know, if we were playing this as a job, I mean, 8 hours
Mhm.
a day, we would be better.
Yeah, one day.
I mean, it's almost inevitable that you practice something is. Yeah. And I mean, you know, you play other games too, though.
Right. That's true.
But like, you know, if you focus on one game, even if you play one game 4 hours a day every day, you know, you practice anything, you're going to get
Yeah.
better at it. And we would be better. I mean,
Damn, that lifeline is spicy. She dropped light ammo and I picked it up and thanked her, and then her saying welcome is thank me when we win, you got it? It's like, damn, okay. Okay.
that's funny. Well, I am still looking for a shirt.
Oh, someone's shooting some big shits.
Yeah, I don't know. You want to go to the train yard or the
Yeah,
fissure?
let's see.
Lava fissure. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's zip lines up here.
Supply bin that I'm gonna loot. They're gonna be empty by the time we get there. Oh, I definitely.
The train, not the train yard. What is
Shirt.
that? The fissure's
And
been looted.
Helmet.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, somebody.
Somebody's bringing somebody back.
Yeah, that's back there. I don't know if we can make it in time.
Yeah, I'd let it. Yeah, I'd just let it go, I guess. You want to follow this kid for a minute?
Sure. You got a light gun?
Whatever you want.
I got some light ammo if you need it.
Yeah, I got double
Okay.
lights. I could use a little, but don't
Yeah, no,
deprive yourself.
I don't have any lights. I'm double heavy.
Thank you.
So. Whoa, what do I look like to you? Am I invisible to you?
You got like.
Okay.
No.
What's up, Zed?
Hey,
I
Zed.
just had like my, you know, the thing when you do like a ultimate charge thing. What the hell are those things called? You know what I'm talking about? Oh shit! They must have they broke
up?
open a one of those flying drone things, and they didn't pick up the vault key. It was just laying there, so I picked it up.
Oh.
Broke that guy's shield in there. He's going up the steps. there's people up on the train tracks. I think it's a whole new squad.
Up on the tracks. Oh damn. Yeah, crawl inside. Maybe I don't know. They'll probably put you out if you crawl inside. Oh damn, that's another. Yeah, it had to be another squad because that's a third guy from this squad just came in, I think.
I picked up the banner.
Oh, nice, mechanic. I thought you were down. It was our dude that was down, I guess.
Not gonna bring us back here.
You might not want to get us. Yeah, probably shouldn't.
I had to drop my blue shield just to gain the 50 extra armor from that white.
Yeah, that's always painful, but I've done it too.
Yeah, I don't really mind if like it's in a fight and I can just like pick it up and with the spoils of the fight, but I don't have that option. I just have to run away.
Oh damn!
Somebody's-
did they just- oh no, that's enough. Oh, they were using that one.
Yeah, so somebody was right there when I ran by, I guess.
What have you been playing, Zed, or were you just watching people on Mixer?
I was not really doing anything. I'm playing some random game, just checking it out right now.
Oh shit, there's a fucking drone here.
Okay. Oh, there's a dude. Damn. Oh, there's a dude running
Yeah.
towards you too, from that house you looked at. Oh god damn it, 2 people. Oh, they don't see you. Oh, keep walking, bitch. Oh damn.
We have.
Oh
I
man, what a
I know. I thought I was
The other one was like
getting so lucky there. I'm like, I'm just gonna walk back slow. I'm not gonna make any sudden movements.
Well, we're getting Zed, or I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right
Alright.
back.
Alrighty.
What's what you been up to there? I was watching you for a bit, but
I ain't been up to shit.
I got bored.
I wasn't entertaining enough for you. That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, it's not you. It's just I was.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I mean, you want to play Bless, so nothing else sounds like fun.
Well, not even just Bless. I just got bored of watching it. Watching what's it called? Just got bored of watching Apex. I don't know. I haven't been interested. Like since this new season's come out. Like it's somewhat cool to watch, but I have like absolutely no interest in playing.
Yes, it like revitalized it for me. I was also because I'm doing better now than I was towards the end of season 2. So
Yeah.
it makes me feel good.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I wasn't that interested in it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean this doesn't really seem like one of your games. I'm honestly surprised that you played it
I do
as
like-
much as like you did, because I really thought that you wouldn't like it at all.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that it. I only have so much patience for. Like, I'm not a big fan of first-person shooter games. Like, I like shooter games, but I'm not a big fan of first-person shooters.
It's also very repetitive. It's the same thing.
Yeah. And that's an even bigger issue with me, right? Is that it's repetitive.
What game?
Apex.
Oh, I'm talking about Apex. Since
yeah.
the new season, I've had like zero interest in playing it.
Have you tried the new map?
Yeah. I played it. I played about 3 or 4 rounds, and I was just like, I don't have the energy to play this.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and when I'm playing, I mean, I don't even like to play it solo, to be honest. I mean, maybe if I'm just feeling like a video game, an FPS, you know. But yeah, I understand. But see, I feel the same way on some MMOs. Like, I mean, like.
Oh, but I've been like that. Period though. Like,
yeah.
I've been
I mean,
like
I'm
that
just saying.
about playing almost any game. I'm like, I just don't feel like playing.
Yeah. Now, granted, you know, I mean, the last MMO I played, well, not counting Fallout 76, which I didn't play for more than a couple of weeks, but like Destiny 2, I mean, you know, it's a very grindy. I mean, you have to go on a million quests to get like one fucking good gun, and then they'll come out with some broken super OP gun, and then they'll patch it a couple weeks later. It's just I don't know. I love the feel of the multiplayer of it. Like you feel like every shot you get with a non-automatic weapon is like you worked for it or something, or I don't know. It has a good feel, but I'd rather play Apex multiplayer than Destiny 2 multiplayer, probably.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, if I was going to play a game by myself, I'd probably play, if I want to play an FPS by myself, I'd probably play Titanfall 2. Play the campaign of that.
Oh, yeah, that would be...
Titanfall 2?
The campaign of what?
So it's the same like movement and the same. Yeah, I'm actually like really into the story. I'm at the part where like you time travel back and forth. And it was like a crazy surprise when like you're going through like this like destroyed like base, and like there's these logs and stuff about. You hear like these guards like, oh my god, where's he at? What? He was just over here. How'd he get there? Oh my god! And you hear like the guns fire. It's like, what's going on? And then like you get the thing to try to time travel, and you realize that it's actually you. So you're in the future. You're listening to the guards' recordings when they're like trying to find somebody in the building, and you realize the intruder in the building is you, and you're the one killing all of them. It's like blew my mind. I was like, what?
That sounds kind of cool.
And it's like, I don't know, just it's really good. And you get the same movement from as you do in Apex. Excuse me. So it's
Right.
yeah. So it's just very enjoyable game. I played Titanfall 2 as multiple.
There's armor in the bottom left.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I played the multiplayer in Titanfall 2. And I never did the story, and then I did it to like, because I was frustrated with Apex, but I wanted to like kind of sharpen my skills at Apex, and without playing Apex and getting frustrated, so I was doing that, and I really enjoyed it.
I would be interested to see how like the Titans handle and stuff. I think they gave away Titanfall 2 on it, you know, Xbox Live Gold like a couple of years ago.
It might still be.
I have Titanfall 2.
It was like $6 or something.
I bought Titanfall 2. I have the ultimate. Yeah, I have the ultimate edition or whatever.
Yeah, somebody I game share with, besides Zed, bought it. Oh, whoa, I just got laser rifled from that direction. I was trying to figure out what to drop to pick up the,
yeah, I saw the bullet fly.
the double tap, and they fooked me up.
I don't see where it came from. I'm trying to run. They want something, come get some.
Yeah, I mean, we've clowned all the fools who came in here.
Yeah, that was that other couple of games ago in here
Yeah.
was pretty fun.
All right. Do you have I'm dropping heavy rounds here, and I also have a level 2 light clip if you need it.
I've got double heavy.
Okay, well here's heavy ammos,
I've got.
and here's a blue bag.
I got a decent amount already, so.
Grab. Well, no.
That's fine.
Grab this
There's two
blue bag, and then
syringes.
you don't gotta give nothing up.
Oh, thanks. Noise. I got 8 syringes if you need
Okay.
any, so.
What's up, babe? Did you call me? No? Okay. Okay, something in the game sounds a lot like my girlfriend. Okay, alright, they're taking fire. I guess we need to go help them.
Oh, okay. He's just on the other side of this.
I got a charge rifle now, bitches.
Somebody just threw a grenade at me right where I'm at. Here
Okay.
in front of me.
I'm right behind you.
Oh. Dude, I hear him, but I don't know where they're. They're right around me right here.
Here, are these? Oh no. Oh yeah, right there.
There we go. I hit him for a couple of.
Broke his shield. Caustic.
Hit him again.
Oh shit! I'm like throwing grenades in the thing, and there's somebody like right outside. Oh, I just knocked somebody with that grenade.
I'm coming.
There's a Bangalore out here somewhere. She was just fucking me up. She might have went inside. I had to retreat when she.
Here she is. Got her.
Nice.
Another one. Two more. Not one of them. Yeah.
Get down or lay down, mother bitch. Swinging past my days.
One more frequent flyer bitch miles for my boy. Talking G5.
I guess I'll put that on.
Man, I really like the flatline.
Yeah, Flatline's a good gun.
Said you getting in on this Apex shit or what?
Probably not right now. Yeah, I might, depending on if I want to later.
Just ain't feeling it right now.
No.
Oh, I think that was a Lifeline care package.
Did you do those syringes?
Oh, that was our Lifeline care package actually. So.
Oh, okay. Shit is going down pretty close.
Oh, they spotted an enemy. Let's go mop the floor with them.
It's got to be 2 squads over here.
I'm on the way. I could use an energy clip if we see one. Oh shit, there's someone.
Got one guy.
Oh, there's a whole fucking squad in here. Oh my god.
Oh, damn. I got one of these fuckers down. There's one more dude in there. In the building past you.
Okay.
Oh, our dude got it. Oh, here another dude. Here another dude somewhere here. I'm down.
Yeah, I just wanted to grab a. Oh, that's a.
Oh shit! Frag! Another more grenades.
Fuck yeah. See if you can crawl inside. I just put this fucking shirt on.
I'm dead.
Oh,
The
shit.
grenades got-
Damn, and there's a Mirage.
Yeah, good shooting. Good shooting. Oh. I was watching our teammate. I thought it was you. I was smoking. I mean, I'm sure you were doing
No.
shooting too. but
I wasn't.
I was just surprised.
I was not.
God, our teammate was. He was. I can't fault our teammate on that a second. I mean, he downed like 2 dudes. And he just. And then, I don't know how many squads that was we were fighting, man.
Yeah, there was a lot of fucking people.
Many kids. I guess everybody else likes the urban warfare too.
It's so good.
What's this game you're trying out, Zed?
I don't know. It's some like tabletop Dungeons and Dragons type thing.
What's it called?
For the King.
I saw this shit, I guess like for, I forgot what it was called, but it was for Oculus or VR or whatnot. And it's like a tabletop real-time strategy game, but it was kind of like, say StarCraft or something, but in a fantasy setting. So I guess like Warcraft, you know. But it was cool, like you had some big guns that were like catapults, and you like used your hands, you know, the VR hand controllers to like pull the catapults back and shoot them.
Oh, that's interesting.
When enemy units were in range. Yeah, and you would take your, you know, you select your units with your hand and, you know, go tap on this part of the board or whatever, you know, hit a button toward a certain part of the board to advance them to wherever you want. It's just an RTS and VR control, but it was kind of, it kind of looked like you were actually on a tabletop playing a strategy game with like, you know, figurines, but they were
Right.
animated.
That's
Like Warhammer. I've never played Warhammer, but just like Warhammer, but with animated characters.
that's pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah, it was cool. I wish I remembered what it was called. I sent it in a text to one of my boys.
And he was like, "What's this weird shit you're
Where that
sending me?"
shit at? Yeah. Brass Tactics is what it was called.
Oh shit! Somebody's right here.
Like Brass Tacks.
Alright, I got a flatline now, so I'm not too afraid of them.
Oh god damn! Oh, 3. Okay.
There's 3 of them there.
2 people shooting
okay.
at me. Yeah.
Alright, come.
I'm getting executed just so if you see me, there's a guy.
Not today, Satan.
Damn, good job, Joe.
Ready? Hit him with the bait. Oh, it didn't work.
Nice. Oh, good try though. I mean, that was solid reasoning.
I figured he's running around. He'll hear me start to get you up. I'll stop. I'll get the drop on him. It would have worked if I didn't miss my shots, probably.
Oh, he just scorpioned that kid. Dude, that kid, okay, when I asked the other night if you could shoot while you were getting
Right.
scorpioned, that kid did not shoot. I don't know if that means you can't shoot, but he didn't shoot at him while he was getting pulled in.
And they were face to face.
So, yeah, he fucking zipped him in, and the whole time the kid was getting zipped, he was maybe 20 feet away from me, 15, 20 feet away, and he did not shoot until after the zipping was over. So I wonder if you could have like a peacekeeper or something and zip them in and just point blank them with it. And, you know, and that's
Yes, I'm
over.
sure you can.
I mean, that's really the only way that it makes sense to have the move. I mean, if you're just pulling them in and they can shoot you just as you're getting shot, it's barely an advantage, you know?
Right.
I mean, they can shoot you as
Right.
you're getting shot,
Yeah, because
I
you
guess.
can't shoot while you're grappling, so maybe that's why they can't shoot.
Oh, you can't shoot while you're pulling
Yeah,
them
no,
in?
and also I think when you're grappling through the map, when you're actually swinging on your grapple, I don't think you can shoot.
Yeah, you know, I've never even tried, I don't think. But I bet you're right. But, well, okay, so I guess that's fair too. If you grapple them in, and then, you know, if you have a shotty, it's kind of a toss-up as to who gets the shot off first when the grapple's done, you know. If you've got a shotty, maybe you have a slight advantage. Yeah, I'd almost have to be trying. I've only done the thing once or twice in the whole time I've played, so. It's just my instinct to shoot instead of hit my left button at somebody, you know. Why'd your dog acting up?
Yo, so I muted myself and went out there to see. And she's like trying to like talk him into the crate. Like, come on, Opie, you gotta get in your crate. Because you're not supposed to like force him in, you're supposed to like, they're supposed to have positive association with it. So when he goes in there, like give him treats and stuff and like leave food in there. So he goes in there and it's not like a punishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's like his safe space. But when I went out there and I answered, he chewed one of my shoes. So I just pushed him in the crate. Oh, whoa. Somebody's out here.
Yeah, I got no gun, but I'm trying to help. Oh, I told you.
Yeah, but no, there's a 99 here if you want it. Oh, I'm being shot from, there's somebody else over there shooting, so be careful.
No.
Did you get the 99? Oh, they're,
No, I didn't.
They're getting someone-
I was almost dead at it.
fuck. I heard them getting somebody up, so I rushed out there.
Oh no, get the 99, get the 99. Oh, man. Yeah, I tried to get it.
Good thing our teammate was somewhere around.
Yeah, you know, it's good to have that support. Yeah, I don't know if I should have gone for that 99 or not. I had like 10 health or something.
Yeah, maybe we should try to get out of there. I don't
But then
know.
when I did go for it, I
Yeah.
missed it.
Just got screwed up.
We did. We definitely did.
Yeah, BRB, I'll be back for work before we drop.
Alrighty then. Hey. Bum 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 bum. He's
I'm
back. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back. Have no fear. Zero is here, and Joey Hooks, Puerto Rico, is here.
Dude, all our, oh, well, I was starting to say all our randoms are getting jump master, but I guess that's because we're leaving,
Yeah, we're not picking our.
all the shit's going down. The selection screen, yeah.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
We're making a choice, and we're landing there.
Making the choice.
Roger, Dodger. Oh, there's shield here.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Well, I hear somebody with me in this building. I'm
Alright,
moving.
alright, I just got a gun, so I can come to you. Actually, I got.
I'm coming to you.
Okay.
I just didn't
You got a
chance.
gun? Yeah, you got a gun.
There's a purple stalk there, yeah. Oh, you got it.
There's a helmet here. And there's a body shield downstairs.
Oh, thanks.
There we go. I guess we should start moving towards Joey Hooks, because it doesn't look like he's moving towards us.
Yeah, might as well. It's probably a good idea, yeah.
Oh, I hear zipping.
What guns have you
I
got?
just picked
Joe?
that wingman up and I got a alternator.
Do you want a flatline or a hemlock?
It don't matter. I'm okay with this.
Okay, tell me if you need something with a little range, you know.
Actually, could you,
The alternators actually got some.
yeah, could you drop me like, oh shit, we got people right there. Nice. I was gonna ask for like 20 heavy
Yeah, which one
bullets,
you
but I'll
want?
just grab the heavy bullets out of this box.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I hear somebody else.
Energy ammo here.
I grabbed 40 bullets out of that box. I can give you 20 of them. I really only needed 20 bullets.
No, I got like 100 rounds or something. So
Okay.
I'm okay for now. Oh, here's somebody.
Come on, Joey. Come back, Joey. Oh, there's someone sniping from the.
Oh,
From-
what? Oh, it's two people. It's two people.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
I
full
don't-
squad. It's a. God, there's people over here. Oh, it's two squads. It's two squads.
We got ambushed like a motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah, stay back, Joey. And move away from the nade throwing spot.
Go get him, Joey. Alright, cool. So you got your stuff. And I am about to heal up. Oh, mother. I thought he killed all these people.
No, he was just kind of evading them.
I should have ran after I shielded up.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. You might have got shot if you hadn't shielded up too, you know. Man, that dude that was shooting at him must have had a good sight, because I don't know how he tore him up like that with iron sight.
Yeah.
Hit him quick. Oh, damn.
God, man, Joey, he sucks, man. Pure Garbo. He didn't
Yeah,
do
man.
enough.
Pure Garbo. When I first ran up on that squad, I just saw one person on a balcony, and I was about to shoot at her, and she shot at me, and then it was like 2 squads worth. And I'm like,
Yeah, there's a guy up on like the cliff or the mountain that was shooting as well. So it's like, I don't know, couldn't get away from it.
yeah, maybe he got me. Oh yeah, the one that was shooting at me at first, I got down from somewhere else because I was hiding behind a pillar. They couldn't have possibly shot me through, you know. So I don't know. It was probably the mountain guy that got me.
Yeah, the mountain man.
Mountain man.
Get it just.
Yeah, it's inescapable.
And, I gave it a good college try. It's boring.
Yeah, some games are just shit.
Well, it's just too slow, and maybe it'd be kind of fun to play with a couple of friends, but I don't know.
Let's see here. Alright. Far side of the city.
All right.
The north
The
side.
north. The king of the north side. All right. Here we go. About to clobber these fools. I got my clobbering pants on. It's all about the pants. Let me see.
Oh,
yeah.
all about the pants.
Yeah, I just got me some of those with a Mozambique. Until I can find. Oh, here we go. I'll swap it out for that bit. Definitely don't need a sniper scope. Oh, I don't know. Do I keep the Mozambique with hammer points, or do I switch to a Eva? Guess I'll.
I blame you, Zero.
It's all Zero's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, I already have that. Here, that blue helmet's yours.
No, you can.
I didn't realize I already had one.
You guys ever play the game World War Z?
No, I have not.
That looked interesting. I haven't played it.
It just came out on Game Pass, that's why.
Oh, it's on Game Pass now.
On what?
Yeah,
Game
on
Pass.
Game Pass.
I thought you said Game Pad, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Like,
you,
read
Yeah,
pad,
it came out
like
on
you
Game
don't-
Pass today.
children's educational tools.
yes.
Freaking swarms of zombies, PvP. All you're doing zombies, kill other people in the map. It's funny.
Yeah, it looks like it. Is it fun?
Yeah, I played it. I played it a little bit today. It was kind of interesting. I'm like, let's see it. It's like there's so many zombies though. It kind of like to me it was like, oh goodness, when are they gonna stop? There's so many. It's like the horde is just wicked. There's like no reprieve. Like have you ever played Dead Rising?
Yes, I have.
Oh yeah, I played a demo anyway.
Dead Rising, like there's more zombies in this game than there is in Dead Rising. It's like ridiculous.
But plus it's PvP though, or can you also like team up with dudes with
You
actual
can-
human players?
Yeah, you can go and I believe you can play in a party of 4 where you run around and there's also like I think it's like a lobby of like 16 or something.
Yeah, there's some
like
sort
that.
of PvP. That's
Oh,
Something
okay.
like that.
Okay.
And so there's like a big lobby and you're in like a map kind of thing and like so there's like there could be like other teams there so you can either like let them be or you can kill them. Whatever you want to do.
That kind of sounds cool. Like, so I mean, does it go in a match format or is it like a persistent world type?
There's, I think the PvP is like a match. I watched a streamer play it a little bit, and it seemed like I only watched him while he was playing the one match, but it seemed like it was like a timed round, and there was, I think it was 4v4, and then there was like zombies that they also had to contend with.
Okay.
So yeah, that's exactly how it is. So it's like, yeah, I believe it's 4 groups of 4. If I remember correctly, it's 4 groups of 4 because there's 16 different characters in the game, and I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on it, but I think it's 4 groups of 4 or something, and you run around and yeah, you're killing zombies, but you're also you also have like other parties.
Who wins? How do you win?
I think it's like to a
Never-
to
I never
a
You gotta get to like a checkpoint. The
Here,
first
Zero.
thing to get to the checkpoint.
Can you use it?
Oh, okay. That sounds kind of fun.
So you gotta kind of get from what I remember. I never actually finished the game. I played it for a little while and I got our team got killed. But I think it's the first team to a checkpoint. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play a match. Yeah, there's
So-
New York, Jerusalem, Moscow, and Tokyo.
Yeah, I just watched a thing that they talked about, like stuff they're doing for like season 1 or whatever. Oh, a charge rifle. Shit. And it seemed pretty interesting. Like what they had.
So there's 5 different game types. Swarm domination, capture zones to earn points and win a team victory. King of the Hill, capture a single hill then control it to earn victory points. Swarm deathmatch, 2 teams go head to head in a bitter fight to the end. Scavenger, collect resources scattered around the map and take them from fallen enemies to earn points for a team victory. Or vaccine hunt, pick up a vaccine and hold it to earn victory points for your team.
Okay. Now, I haven't been checking lately because I've got enough of a backlog of games to play, but like, they still have free games with Xbox Live Gold, right? And Game Pass is
Yeah.
extra on top of it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Game Pass is
Okay.
like what, 200 games? Or
Yeah.
something like
And it's
Okay.
also
Mm-hmm.
it's like $1 or something, or $2 for the first. It's $1 a month. They're running a promotion, so it's $1.
And you get to keep what?
No, it's as long as you have the Game Pass.
Oh, okay.
So as long as you have the subscription, you can.
So-
play.
Yeah,
So-
not bad.
that. Zero, this is how it works. So there's Game Pass, and then there's Gold, Xbox Live Gold, right? And then there's Game Pass Ultimate, which is Xbox Live and Game Pass together, which is $15 a month. So I think it's $15 or it's $12 a month. I don't know how much it is for you guys. But yeah, you can start your Game Pass Ultimate thing for like $2.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
It's like a trial for like $2 or something like that.
Especially
pretty
if you
cool.
just want to play a few games that you're not going to, engage with for a long time.
Exactly. And there's a lot of pretty decent games on there. Gears of War 5.
Oh, yeah,
World War
yeah.
Z, Sea of Thieves, State of Decay 1 and 2.
I hear somebody zipping
Oh
there.
shit! Okay. I was running away like a bitch.
Or somewhere real close, anyway.
What else games are?
Robot just used that
that I know. That,
one of those things, a beacon.
Yeah, I didn't see where it was at.
Oh yeah, Dishonored 2 just came on to Game Pass as well. That was the other one. So Batman, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight, Black Desert, Descenders, Dead by Daylight, Borderlands 1 and 2, Deus Ex, Devil May Cry 5.
Oh, they're shooting our teammate.
Fallout
So I guess they're on the
4.
roof. He
Oh,
just
that's
jumped off, so
fine.
yeah, I guess they're up there.
I'm with
Destiny,
you.
Jump Force.
Okay. Yeah, somebody spotted me. Yeah, I hear somebody.
I'm checking the roof. Yep. There's a.
Yep. Up on the top.
Oh, there's one right there, too. Oh,
So I'm gonna
fuck.
try a match of this.
yeah,
got
I'm
one guy down.
fucked up. I gotta go run and heal. Oh shit! I only have 2 syringes. I got. Shit.
God damn, there's 2 guys still up here. Oh, I didn't pull my shield out. Damn. I killed one guy, put him out, but there's 2 guys still on the roof there.
Alright, I'm coming back.
Ooh, vaccine hunt.
One down.
Good job. That was good shooting.
Oh, nice. Oh, they're still over here.
Yeah.
Damn.
Squad.
I
Come on.
didn't expect that to work. Oh, they're getting people up now.
Get your shit together, Shauna. You can't be just walking around collecting power-ups while there's battles going on.
Yeah, just
What the fuck's
come get
wrong?
me. What are you?
What are you doing?
Okay.
Gosh, people suck so bad.
Yeah, you're
bro.
telling me, man.
If she had been up there with you, look, she's even a good shot. If she had been up there with you, this would already be over.
Oh, now they're gonna
Oh,
get
this
me
is
up.
crazy.
Like,
This is absolute. This is madness. What?
nice.
Oh, that's madness.
Oh shit, you timed out. Fuck.
Okay.
Feet.
That's okay. At least the kid did something.
It's be an interesting game to play. Oh,
Fuck! Oh, that was so everything.
So after, I can't believe that kid just, like, she was shooting really good and then she failed at that last battle. I guess everybody does that sometimes. This pisses me off when it ain't me.
Yeah. Like, what the fudge, bro, man?
Man, what's Rim doing, man? Man,
It's after midnight. I haven't heard from him.
stuff his face with some chicken parm and get him fueled up.
I'll text him. And you know what? He did say something about he bartends Thursday night. So
yeah.
Oh,
He never
okay.
plays with. He never plays with you on Friday, on Thursdays.
I never even noticed that. Okay.
yeah, he
I've probably not been on here Thursday to notice.
yeah, he might be on later though, because if he's bartending, they're not like a regular bar, so they're not open till 2. But so they might have closed
Yeah.
at like midnight or something. So he might have just left work, or he's leaving work in a couple minutes or something.
Yeah,
I wonder if they
if I remember correctly, he normally shows up. If he does show up on a Thursday, like to play with you, Joe, like he doesn't show up till later. Cause like normally, I just remember most Thursdays he doesn't play with you, but
Yeah, I just started realizing that like Wednesday's not usually a good day. I usually do bad and like not many people show up in the thing in the stream.
yeah.
So I'm just starting to notice some patterns. Stuff I probably should have been paying attention to the whole time.
Yeah.
Gotta get a bot board.
I have one that's just full of like nonsense.
Taking notes, drawing lines. Yeah.
It's got a couple like t-shirt ideas on there. It's got like oh, what the fuck, somebody was hiding in the fucking corner. Are you kidding me? Come on, teammate.
So there's 16 characters
Coming for you, coming for
and
you.
nine classes. Interesting.
Okay.
A few t-shirt ideas, a couple of
Mhm.
digging balls, you know,
Dick and
Actually, a ton of dick and balls.
digging balls drawings.
You ever heard the Adam Sandler shit where they're called cotton balls?
I heard him
No.
It's an Adam Sandler skit called Cotton Balls, and he's like,
No, I don't.
come here and let mommy play with your cotton balls. Like,
Oh, you know, I have heard that on like some kind of comedy station on Pandora or something to that
Team-
effect.
Oh shit.
yeah,
Oh shit, on the
It's-
train, on the train.
I'm coming.
it's Adam Sandler. He does this thing where he's like, come mommy, come play with your, come let mommy play
Oh,
with
it's
your
a
cotton
whole
balls.
squad. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I've heard that once. But he's doing the
When I
voice
first
or
heard it,
whatever.
I was like, what the fuck is they going on about cotton balls?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. It's been like, it took a minute of you saying that for me to remember it though. Like, that's been years since I heard that. It's kind of funny though.
Whoa! Zombies are killing me. Oh, that's crazy.
What? The
Oh, where-
zombie
Oh,
killing
I
you
ju-
effect?
yeah, I got killed by a zombie. I gotta learn how to play this.
I like the Left 4 Dead games pretty good. I'd probably like this.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead was one of the
Even though it's different.
one of the games that helped me get my girlfriend into gaming. Left 4 Dead and Borderlands.
They're interesting, aren't they? Yeah, I like Borderlands.
If you like, and one of the things that I like about this, I'm not a big fan of first-person shooters, but if this is a third-person shooter,
Oh, okay. Are you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
still
here.
there? Okay. It just went super silent on both of you for
oh,
a few seconds, and I was like,
I'm in a fight. I'm in a shootout with some
Gotcha.
with some guys. Ah, come on. Maybe I'm not too good with that shit. That Ooh. I gotta figure out the controls for the game though.
Recently, University of Maryland University College asked people about
Oh, come on.
a university and a college. What they did understand is our mission to bring higher education.
Well, that sucked. That like knocked me all the way down to the bottom.
oh, you
We're
bitch.
sucking.
Oh, you bitch.
We're actually like sucking. Oh, come on. My aim is really terrible. Where's the vaccine?
Oh, this caustic is almost
Alright.
dead. He's on the ground
Alright.
right here.
Come on, Nobu
He's
Gaming.
tracking. He ran away. No, he's right there. The same place I think. Yeah. Executed. Finish him.
Zombies on the train tracks. Jeez. Dealing with zombies while you're dealing. This is
There's a longbow in there.
this is difficult.
And there's that stuff. You know.
No, thank you.
And then there's a.
If you see any heals that you don't need, I'll
Okay.
take them.
Ooh.
I'm just peeing. Oh, damn. I'm just peeing this in case this kid sees any.
Ah! That was kind of fun, actually.
There's a flatline over here. I grabbed the bullets for it. I was debating on taking it. But I just got what's it called? The hammer point for the P2020, so I might rock out with that.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. Oh shit, okay. I think he's in the building with us, whoever he marked.
Okay.
I hear him, but the usual confusing Apex audio is kicked in.
Yeah.
Oh, bitch. Steal so
Yeah.
easy as
Wouldn't let me switch weapons.
Shit, there's more than one. It's a whole fucking squad. God.
Yeah, it was a whole squad.
Fudge. Fudgety fudge fudge.
Whole squad gangbang.
I'm here for the gangbang. I'm here for the gangbang. I'm here and got gangbanged. I'm here and got gangbanged.
Is that from something or did you just make that
I'm
up?
here for the gangbang is from old school, I think. He comes home early
Okay,
from his work
okay.
trip,
It's been a long time.
and then
I've seen that.
I think he walks in on, I forget. I think he walks in on his wife, like she's watching porn or something, and then like hears a noise in the bathroom, and there's like 2 people in there. I forget if they're like wearing masks or something. So he like talks to her, and she's like, oh, you weren't supposed to be home to the bar or whatever. And then the doorbell rings. He opens the door. It's like some dude's like, "What's up? I'm here for the gangbang." He's like, "No, there's no gangbang." I forget how he responds to it, but
I'm vaguely remembering this now that you're saying it. Describe it.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
pretty
Old
funny.
School's a great movie.
Oh shit. Like Luke Wilson
Yeah.
or whoever is the guy that. Or is
Yeah,
it-
yeah, it's Luke.
Okay.
This is so hard. This is so hard racing. Oh, no.
It sounds like some fun.
It sounds like you're on an adrenaline filled roller coaster.
Imagine, just imagine, imagine being like in a shootout with another group in Apex, right? And then all of a sudden, a swarm of like 150 zombies come and just roll up on you while you're
That
trying
does
to
sound
fight.
pretty cool. So like both groups
Do I
have to
shoot them or
kinda-
do I shoot them or do I shoot the zombies? Like, what do I do here?
So the zombie hordes attack both your groups, I guess.
Yeah, they'll attack both the groups. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
There was a game specifically for that that concept. I think it's called Strange Brigade, and it's specifically for
It's on the Game Pass
okay,
as well.
yeah. I don't know. Okay.
It's a long way,
But yeah, so like part of the tactics is like to get the zombies to attack the enemy team. Oh, he wants to go here now. That makes sense.
but yeah. But yeah, that sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, so what happens is basically throughout your fight, waves of zombies show up in certain areas, and they'll be like waves of zombies on the train tracks, wave of zombies in the office building, wave of zombies here, right? So
What? I punched him like 15 times.
the map I was just in was like 2 buildings. It was 2 buildings on either side of the train tracks. So if you're in like the one building and the zombies spawn in there, well, like you can't post up.
What's
where
up?
You're trying to like hide out, right?
I think it's in the other room.
People are gonna use the other team is gonna use that possibly to cover the zombies attacking you as cover to come in and try to.
Why? What's
try to
going on?
Take you out, right? So you've got to contend with zombies as well. But the thing is that for like you get buffs for killing like your team killing a horde of like the wave of zombies.
Yeah, I might have to. I think I'm gonna have to download this
Yeah,
and check this out.
like it seems pretty cool.
Boom, 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 boom.
Judd Whittaker, Nina Ethan Wolf, Daniel Leahy, Renetta Uncle Amy. That guy, that's Joe right there. Right there, that guy. Big old dude, big old Latin Kings gang.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I am not Hispanic. I'm a king. I'm a king, but I'm not a Latin king. I'm a bear man pig king. Bear pig? Bear man pig?
Or are these Yakut?
I'm a giant, gross, disgusting king. That's what I be.
Oh, I guess it's like, I guess these are like 4 groups. Okay, so these are like 4 Chinese, 4 Japanese. These are 4
I'm Jumpmaster again.
Russians. Okay, that's from Tokyo. So Tokyo, Moscow.
So, on an unrelated note, I was on Facebook and saw this meme with fucking Counselor Troy with hard nips and a revealing outfit, and some guy commented she didn't look good or something, and I was like, wait a minute, are you the top that thinks Rosie O'Donnell did look good? and the guy replied, hey, calm your tits, lady boy. Rosie OD was hot as fuck.
You calm your tits, lady boy. Rosie OD was not even hot, close to hot.
I told him I had an insight into his twisted mind before I even topped the first letter that he likes the men in lady wigs, but
I mean,
I was like, look, you know, it's your right to think that Counselor Troy wasn't hot, but I'm not going to respect your opinion.
Right, like,
I'll accept it.
I think she was hot. Now I have some people that think that what's her name, Beverly Crusher, was hotter.
Oh, she looks good too. I'm not gonna. They're just different. They're just different flavors, man.
different flavors of the same pussy cream.
Yeah.
I don't know who these people are, so
right.
I'm just saying stuff that is provocative.
Oh, that's cool. And there's a
But
4-player co-op type thing.
Provocative will always get you more popularity than trying to please everybody.
Well, good to know, because
On the whole, I think Preparation H sounds like a good plan. On the whole.
it's not a good plan in the hole, though. It changes a whole new dimension when you go.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm doing that in this.
What can I even buy with that currency?
Cheesecakes?
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Oh my god, man! That
Oh damn! Now I want some cheesecake.
You are welcome.
Oh, great minds think alike there, Zed. I hear. Oh, that was us.
Alright, here I'm dropping this.
I think that was us.
Somebody wants that. Okay.
Shit is going down pretty close.
Yeah,
to
it sounds
us.
like it's southwest.
Do you want an R99?
No, I'm good with what I got. I got a hemlock and a.
So basically, like, think of this gameplay. The gameplay of this game almost is like.
Oh
just
shit!
like
Right
The
here.
Division, in some sort of way.
Right, because it's a third-person shooter.
Yeah, even the graphics kind of look like Division graphics, and like the maps kind of look like it, like with like broken down things all around.
Okay. Nice. Oh shit.
Yep.
Where are they at? I don't fucking. Oh, okay.
One
I see
hurt
them.
a
I
little
see them.
bit right here. Yeah. That was. Yep. That was a squad. Good deal.
Yeah, I just got.
I knew it was 3.
No, yeah,
I'll
you
get this
heal.
dude up.
Okay.
I'm gonna let that kid get it. I've got enough to heal. Ooh, I need the body shield.
Oh! Little bitches.
Are you here? Okay, that's you. Alright. I was gonna snatch that shit from my teammate.
Oh shit. I need those shields. Okay.
Here, I got a med kit for you if you. Oh, he's the one that needs it actually.
Yeah, yeah.
You.
Oh, my shields are full.
Oh. Actually, I have shield cells. I'm good. Oh, somebody's shooting.
Oh shit. They got a bead on me.
Alright, I'm with you.
Oh! What a bitch.
Oh, they just threw his ultimate at us. Get. I'm getting to safety.
Got him. Got him. Let the storm
Okay.
take him. I'm gonna die though. I've got somebody chasing me. I'm looking for him. I'm looking for him. I don't know where I got. Somebody was chasing me. I don't.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
And then start healing up.
He's got friendly fire.
And I'm gonna set a portal.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and set it. Go ahead and set it.
Alright,
Oh,
there you go.
I don't know
Thank you. I'm gonna heal the big heal.
Come on, bud. Go through the fucking portal, bud. He's still running the wrong way.
He must be fighting somebody. Either he's fighting somebody or he don't know what's up.
how to.
Why won't that kid do anything? I don't.
Alright, we'll catch you over to the outside the thing. Like, come on, bud. Oh shit, there's people up there.
Okay. I heard him pretty bad. I hit him before scout.
Okay,
He's behind this truck.
okay. But this.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yep.
You do what you think is best. He put me out. If you need to run, run.
Oh, there's more than one here.
Oh, our dude's coming up. He must have been looting some shit or something.
God damn fucking randos, man.
What is this kid even doing? Pull out your gun. Yeah. He should have just.
Yeah, like, what's the point if he was looting? Like, you loot all that stuff just to lose it as soon as you leave the fucking storm, you dillweed.
Yeah.
You fuck.
You fucking dillweed. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I just got 3 kills in a row.
Nice. Alright, so now all of that stuff is dead.
This game's actually. This game is actually fun.
Boom. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, I gotta figure out how to lay my claymore mine though.
You should be streaming it.
Probably going to. Oh, dear.
Welcome back.
Come on.
You know, to be honest, there's one thing I can't stand is dillweeds, and you know, peckerwoods piss me off too.
Yeah, man. I mean, the fucking jack wagons and stuff, man. They just
Jackwagon.
really get to me.
Exactly.
Boom, 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 dun, 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 dun.
Jackwagons. That's kind of awesome.
I'm glad you like it. Zedekiss is broadcasting.
You can see me get my ass kicked.
How much does this game cost, Zed? Like, if you don't have the Game Pass, you know?
I don't know.
I'd check it out on the store.
$30.
Yeah, just get Game Pass, bro. It's $1 for the month, bro.
That is incredibly cheap.
Do you have an active gold membership right now?
Yeah.
Okay, if you pay the $1, it'll basically take your active gold membership and change it into a Game Pass
it upgrades.
Ultimate for
I did not mean
It
to do
upgrades
what I did
it.
there.
So your remaining months, it'll upgrade it. You'll upgrade your remaining amount for $1. So you'll have Game Pass for if you have another 6
for
months
the rest
off.
of
Yeah.
the membership?
Yeah.
So the $1, yeah. So it's just the $1 upgrades it for the next 6 months.
You just go to the store. You just go to the store and search Game Pass?
From the dashboard there should be a yeah, if you go in like
Upgrade to Game Pass Ultimate.
yeah, if you go in like the
Okay.
But it might show up if you go to the Game Pass tab on your dashboard. It might give you the option there as well if you don't see it on your thing. Somebody's watching me. I don't know who's watching me. If
Yeah,
it's you
yeah.
Or not, or...
Oh, I didn't know you were. Oh, you're not watching. Oh, watching.
yeah.
You. I thought you meant like when Bangalore alerted you that you're being
Oh.
watched. Like you were in the game with us. I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I'm watching his stream.
I always feel like somebody's watching me. I hear somebody up here.
I always feel like somebody's shooting.
He's around this corner.
Yeah, I hear someone running around.
Oh,
Got it.
Nice. Oh, somebody's grenading.
but yeah, if you
Down goes bitch ass.
Hell yeah.
Down goes bitch ass.
Nice. That was badass, I gotta admit. I mean, it was
Just
kind of unbelievably bad.
oh, hey, there's somebody else. Oh, it's the other.
Got no time for your shit, bitch. Be gone with your squad. Be gone with your homies.
Take your squad and get the fuck out.
Oh, somebody else. I heard him pretty bad.
Down goes bitch ass.
Oh, that's our dude. Okay. Hell yeah, 4 in a row.
Peacekeepers putting some work in.
Fucking House of Pain.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You're entering a
Alright,
world
now
of
that
pain,
I'm
Donnie.
done the game. Now I'm done the game, I'm gonna check to see how much it actually costs. If not, but
Yeah, I mean, like say $1 for a few months or whatever. Oh, actually, it might be about time to renew my Xbox Live, but still, $1 for a month is pretty cheap.
let's see. Payment add-ons,
Somebody's being respawned
seeing on Microsoft
at the
Store.
Okay.
at the construction building.
I mean, do you see this ship?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
Leaders are good for
But what sucks is if you want to buy the Game Pass as a gift for somebody, it's like $40 or some dollars, because it's like $15 a month. So you can only
Wow.
buy a 3-month is the smallest amount. Nice.
Well, but think you're saving. Like I went over the price of it. You're saving money. You're saving money
hear 'em up there.
anyways, though, because if you think like if you spend $70 on gold for a year, right, and then you're gonna spend $15 a month or whatever for Game Pass a month. That's
Oh, you got his
another.
shit. Okay.
That's over that's over another $100. Now Game Pass for 6 months before was $70. Or sorry, yeah, $70. 60 for me anyway, 69 for 6
Right.
months, right?
Ping
That
the-
was- that-
ping the-
It's far.
Sorry.
So
Yeah, it's
so normally the price would end up being like over $150, $160
That's
or whatever
nuts.
to pay for both gold and Game Pass for
Oh, shit.
right? And that is with getting and that's
Where you
yeah.
at?
I'm getting
Really?
fucked up. It's a full squad. Let's just run.
Okay.
Shit, I gotta try to heal.
yeah. Oh, so
We might have
I think we're gonna have to fight.
to, yeah, we might have to fight.
Another squad zipping up to the roof.
okay.
Maybe, okay,
so,
yeah,
so
yeah.
just
let's book it.
just looking at the price, at least for me, it would cost me if I bought Game Pass and gold, like at the cheapest things. So if I bought the 12 month gold and the 2 6-month Game Passes, that's $180 for me. Okay. But it doesn't cost me. It'll only cost me $160 for paying for the Game Pass Ultimate in 3-month spurts for the full year.
Right.
But
Well, I mean, are
two
you
of them
saying that
together.
you can't just renew your shit and then pay $1 and you have it for the rest of your shit? I mean, how long does the $1 thing cover you?
So if you have a current up until like I think when the promotion ends, it goes away. But up until right now, it is $1 to upgrade your current gold or Game Pass, or both of them together. So if you have 3 months left of gold, it'll upgrade to your gold. If you have 3 months left of Game Pass, it'll upgrade your Game Pass. If you have both 3 months of Game Pass and 3 months of gold, you'll get 6 months of Ultimate, right? It'll take your current things and just add them. So the dollar is just to upgrade your current membership.
Right, and my
That's
thing
all.
is like it's $1 for the Game Pass. So like if I wanted to go buy it as a gift for somebody, I couldn't buy a gift at the promotional price. I'd have to pay the full price for it. because I looked into it. I looked into buying it as a gift.
Right.
And because I mean, for $1, I mean, or $2, whatever, $1 a month, like. Oh yeah, let's hop on that train. Look at that.
Oh,
We're
it's
like
been
fucking.
moving.
Oh, it's heading into the storm. Jump off.
So wait. So right now
There's a
my
zip
Game
line up
Pass, my Game Pass Ultimate is gonna like, because I've had it for a while, on November 10th I'm gonna have to pay $49.99 for 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah, does it auto? Do
Wait.
they lock you into an auto renew unless you go cancel it like on the day before? Or just
Yeah, I think it does auto renew, but so does your gold subscription.
yeah, that's true. To be honest, I mean, if there's a way to turn off the auto,
I
renew,
think there
that's
is.
one thing. I'm probably not gonna fuck with it.
I'm not sure, but I think there is.
I think my shit's about to auto renew, and well, I don't know. Now, if I can get it for a year or something, then my shit auto renews. I get it for $1. That's fuck, damn it.
Oh, there's more than a whole squad. This is crazy. I think
Yeah,
there's.
Fucking one rooftop, and it's.
I think I saw 4 people. Who's got a? Oh, I have a golden. I'm like, who's got a gold knockdown? It's me.
So you I don't know if you wanna check it out.
I probably
It's
won't.
it's 60. The game is $60 without Game Pass.
Oh well, that ain't gonna happen. But do you know when this offer expires? This dollar offer?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up. Give me a second.
Okay, you don't feel obligated. The only reason I'm saying that is because I think my live gold renews either this month or in November, and I'm like, that shit's still going on. I've got 11 and a half months of gold and $1 for 11 and a half months of Game Pass.
Mm-hmm. Do you have what was I gonna say? Do you know how to check to see when it renews?
Yeah.
I need 5 more knockdowns with submachine guns, and I need 1 more enemy killed as caustic while they are gassed. I think that means while. I think they have to die from the gas. I'm not really sure.
Okay. I need. Ooh, shit. I'm not getting today's challenges, I don't guess. 10 head. Well, I guess that wouldn't be so bad. 10 headshots is Watson. I mean, you can get him with a submachine gun or whatever.
Yeah. Or shotgun. Grim was saying it's super easy to get 10 headshots if you use a shotgun.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, just aim for the upper chest. Whatever. Or aim for the head. You're likely to get 1 pellet.
Yeah. And if you can get a couple of them, I mean, you can knock out 5 every time you pull the trigger, maybe.
Oh, wonder if it
That's
works
what
that
Grim was
way.
saying.
Oh, if so, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, I don't know. He also was like so sure that we could play the old map. Like, was telling me and Ram, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. No, like I know. I'm telling you, that's how it is. Like I've seen it. Okay. Turns out that's not how it is.
It's kind of an interesting spin for crypto.
Alright, so this, I just typed in $ Game Pass. And no, hold on.
Give up.
Oh
John
yeah.
West.
You're right.
Maybe I'll get it. Yeah. I got it.
So it looks like this is IGN telling you how to scam the system. It says it's back. You can get a month's worth of Game Pass Ultimate for $1. But hold up, because that's just the beginning. You can actually get up to 3 years of Xbox Game Pass for much cheaper than usual. All you need to do is have up to 3 years of Xbox Live Gold on your account. Then get your month of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for $1. As if by magic, this upgrades your existing gold membership to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for no additional cost. That saves you about $10 for every month that you have banked. Do it for the full 36 limit, and you'll save $360. That's not bad at all, it says.
Wow.
So you should upgrade your Xbox Live to the 3-year plan, which I guess you can pay for it all at once, but you can only pay up to 3 years.
Yeah, I ain't got no money
Yeah.
for that, but that's awesome though that you can do it.
And then you can get Game Pass Ultimate for forever.
That's crazy, man. A buck. That's
Yeah.
insane.
And so,
How do they? I wonder how they know it upgrades it like that. I guess they just went beyond a month and it was still in.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, and this is IGN, so it's not just like my theory. I would assume that they would have tested it.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So they actually raised the prices like of I just was looking at that. They actually raised the prices of gold and regular Game Pass for here now, which is ridiculous. So it is definitely better to get Game Pass Ultimate. Holy crap.
Yeah.
You guys there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
I just looked. Gold is $79.99 for so $80 Canadian for a year.
How much is? Oh, gold. Okay, okay.
Gold, just gold alone for a year.
Gotcha.
And if I bought Game Pass for 6 months, it's $70 or $70. Wait, $70? No, 70. It's another $80. Let me go back. Let me go back and check this out.
Oh shit. I'm coming.
Oh, okay. Oh, goddamn, how'd he get behind me? What the fuck? Goddamn this game. That fucker must have been hiding in a corner, I guess. Are you saying, Zed, that if you have the Game Pass, the Game Pass, that includes Xbox Live Gold?
This is the Game Pass Ultimate, the one that just came out, the one that you can upgrade to $1 for.
It's gold.
It's both gold
and
and Game together. The Ultimate is gold and Game Pass. It's bundled together to put them together, right? But your what's it called? Like the thing's separate. I'm looking at the prices of it. It's $79.99 for it's $79.99 for the
for gold.
yeah, $79.99 for gold for a year. So that's the cheapest that I can do for a year. And then it's $84.99 for Game Pass for 6 months.
So it's double the price?
So it would cost me it would cost me. Let's see. Let's just see
170
the
a year.
no. So 84 plus 84. That's
170,
170
168.
plus $80 plus another $79.99 for gold for the year.
Oh, you
So
mean the
that's-
ultimate? Wait, you're saying ultimate, which is both, right?
No, regular Game Pass is $84.99 for 6 months.
Dude, I don't play enough games. I mean, I guess if I was a guy that played a dozen different games, then that would be a deal. But like, I don't commit myself to enough different games to. That seems like a ripoff from my point of view, you know.
No. Again, that's just like Game Pass, and then so it would cost me 150. Yeah, 250 to get
For a year, right?
for a year separate, but it's gonna cost me $49.99 every 3 months. So it's gonna cost me $200 for gold and Game Pass together for a year.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't
I'm
think
saving
they should charge
$50.
double the amount of gold though for it. That seems kind of ridiculous. Like
What do you
I
mean?
think they should price it the same as gold. I mean, like if you're paying $80 a year for gold, but you pay $200 a year for gold plus Game Pass, then that means gold is 80 and 100, and Game Pass is 120. So, I mean, I don't see how Game Pass is worth more than gold when gold already gives you a few free games. And, like, you know, it's
Right,
required
Chips?
for multiplayer.
Shit could be crazy. We don't know. How are we gonna know? We don't know
But if
nothing.
you play a lot of games, it is a good deal if you play a lot of
Alright,
games.
I'll be back. Hello, friends.
Oh no doubt.
Welcome
no doubt.
back.
If you just use gold to play 1 or 2 games, then there's no point in getting Game Pass. But if there are games that you're going to play on that you can get on Game Pass, and it's just easier to pay that monthly subscription if you're gonna even like hell if I'm going to even play one of these games for a little bit throughout a year, okay? Like if I played you know, if for a little while, like I wanted to play PUBG or something like that, right? Or if I wanted to play a game for, you know, a couple months or whatever. If I ended up playing maybe 5 or 6 games in a full year of the stuff on Game Pass, that's gonna pay my game. It's gonna cost me the same amount as if I were to buy all 5 of those games.
Yeah, you have to play at least 2 AAA games within a year to break even, because they're $60 a piece. I mean, that's American dollars, but roughly, you need about 2 full price games a year to break even, and then anything after that, it's a bit of a deal.
Exactly. And I do that myself, so
yeah.
So it's worth it for me. Like I said, like the World War Z, that's like a $60 game. I'm playing it, so that's one thing. Jump Force is on Game Pass. I played that game. That's another, you know, $60 game.
What is Jump Force? Just out of curiosity.
Like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's like a fighting game, but it's all of the Shonen Jump characters from the manga.
Is that a I mean, is shown or the Jump characters, is that Dragon Ball Z?
No, Dragon Ball Z is part of Shonen Jump. Shonen Jump is the the series, the manga series, that is like Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, the one with Monkey. What's his name?
Hunter x
Yeah.
Hunter.
So it's the manga series that's like action adventure.
One Piece.
Are they all set in
No,
the same universe?
no.
No.
Dragon Ball's
No.
Naruto and-
But they're all basically the same kind of thing. It's like
yeah.
a bunch of
They're from the same anime.
yeah. Shonen Jump is it's like
Okay.
the it's the series that the company made for and there's also one for like the female, which I forget what that's called.
Mhm.
I forget, but yeah. So like, yeah, Sailor Moon and yeah,
Oh, really?
and like those types of like girly versions. They're on the female version of the Shonen Jump, so it's like more towards girls. So like romance and this and that, and they're still fighting and stuff, but it's not as much as. All right, I'm coming. Damn, look at all that loot.
So Shonen Jump is a publishing company.
Oh, I thought it was the actual series.
Yeah, okay.
It's an anthology. Well, Shonen Jump is a series, but Jump is the publishing company. It's Jump is and it's a manga magazine. They make magazines, and they include all of. So you would get a weekly Shonen Jump, which is mangas of certain issues of every single one of those stories. So like the weekly Dragon Ball Z, the weekly One Piece, the weekly like that, and it was done in Japan. I'm reading it right now according to it. It's the longest running manga magazine.
If you guys like tentacle porn, you can just say so. I mean,
I love tentacle porn. I need more tentacle porn. Where's all the tentacle porn?
It's a joke.
Oh,
It's a joke.
me too. I was definitely not serious about loving tentacle porn.
Yeah, I wasn't serious at all. Yeah.
That was a joke, people. A joke.
So Shonen Jump is Back Age, Beast Children, Black Clover, Chainsaw Man, Demon Slayer, Dr. Stone, Hunter x Hunter, Haikyuu, all these other ones, whatever. My Hero Academia, One Piece, Promise Neverland. Just gonna name the ones that I know off the top of my head.
Yeah, I was never really into
Dude, doing pretty good on this
comics,
game.
but I'd probably be into that because I really like those animes.
This kid on our team is the
Yeah,
Hyper
I saw that earlier, but we were talking about stuff, so I didn't. Yeah,
Wrong. Yeah.
bitch ass diaper suit.
Ugh.
Oh, I will gladly put that on my wingman.
So, Yu-Gi-Oh is also part of Shonen Jump. Bleach, all of those ones. Interesting. Anyways, but like the fact that I've played Gears of War 5, Minecraft,
Yeah, so like, it doesn't necessarily have to be AAA games. Like, how much play do you get out of a AAA game for it to be worth the $60 or whatever?
well, the better question is Joe, is how many times have you bought a $60 game and barely
Right,
played it?
that's 100% true.
Just because you bought a $60 game to test it out so you could try
Okay.
it. Because it looked cool, and then you started playing and it wasn't as good as you thought, so then you didn't get into it, and next thing you know, you spent $60
Yep.
bucks.
Happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, true, true.
Take whatever of this you want.
Yeah, thank you. I took that.
I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure you've done that too, Zero. Bought a game and not really.
Yeah,
wasn't
Fallout
as into it
76
as.
was about the. Well, I've probably done more than Fallout 76, but in recent times, that's the one.
It's the one that haunts you.
Bought a game and it wasn't as you weren't as into it as
Shit.
you thought.
People on the roof of this.
Oh, okay. I thought they were like on the street. Oh.
Got one down. I broke the shield
Okay.
on this one. She's around that corner.
Anyways, I was.
She just got
I
down
won't-
this guy. Oh, that's two.
Yeah,
That's two.
yeah, new squad.
Yeah, new squad. New squad. Birdman on my box. Oh yeah, okay. Advanced Warfare or whatever the fuck the one was with the stupid suit where you could jump in there and go in any room. Call of Duty, that
Whoops.
was another one. Damn, mechanic, that was badass.
That's another game that you bought that you weren't that into.
Yeah, I played that for a week and a half.
Whoops.
Nice job, Joe.
I forgot it was 2 squads.
Still, that was awesome. You're not done yet?
I'm trying to think of the game that I bought that I never really played very
Yeah.
much.
And the
Oh, you know
Grinch's
what?
nut sack through 3 times.
That
You know
no
what?
scope was
You
crazy.
know what one
That's
game-
very accurate.
That was sweet. What was? Yeah, I'm sorry, Zed. Just 1 sec. What?
That was
what
the
gun
Kraber.
that, Joe? Oh, good job. Okay, I thought you had the devotion. I was like, how is he fucking?
Yeah, yeah, I
one-shot
dropped the
this?
devotion. That's what all
Way
that
to
stuff
go.
on the ground by that care package was. That's where the 2X site you picked up and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Nice job. Sorry, Zed.
So that
had
one
to-
game,
Joe was-
the one game that I spent $60, one game that I can look up. I just looked into my game list that I bought and I played for maybe 3 days, 3 or 4 days. A Monster Hunter Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
It was.
I had a couple of
it's-
friends that liked that,
it's-
but they
it's-
had people to play with.
See, the thing is, that's the thing. I wasn't into the game because I didn't have somebody continuously playing with me, and plus, like, the game wasn't exactly what I thought it was. I will still probably end up going back and playing that game eventually, or playing it here or there or whatever. But I don't know. It wasn't the game I thought it was gonna be. So
Yep. And same
Yeah.
here.
so I'm
I
more
have that
picky
game.
about buying games now.
Purchased that game as well. I have a lot of games that I don't play. So like that's my thing. Like I don't have to depend on the amount of enjoyment I get. I don't need it doesn't need to be a game that's got like a 60-hour campaign or anything. Like it just has to be something that like gives me enough enjoyment. Like the Division, I paid a lot of money for that. I bought 2 copies of the game. I bought 2 DLCs. I bought Grim a controller. I put a bunch of money into it, and it was worth every penny because of the amount of time we spent playing it. Like for like years, just running around like fucking New York City up. Yeah, I mean, like I just really, really enjoyed it.
That
Oh, you got a lot? Okay.
Yeah.
Played a lot. Okay.
So like,
he played.
yeah, yeah. I played with Zed. I played with Blade.
Division.
I played with a bunch of people. But so like it doesn't necessarily have to be like a long game either. If it's just something that like I really enjoyed because I played with friends. I mean, like playing with friends trumps. Doesn't really matter what the game is. Trumps every other game.
I agree. Yeah, it's a different experience for sure.
Header for 87.
Are you getting?
No,
are
I'm
you
shooting
getting
at
shot?
somebody. There's two people. It's a Wraith and a Caustic.
I'm with you. Yep. Busting they ass.
Yeah. See, there
It's
are
on your
games
head.
see, the thing is that I have a lot of games too. That's my other thing. I have a lot of games and I don't play a lot of them because I get I get stuck on one game, which is you know good and all.
Okay.
Like there are definitely games that I have that I would love to still play. You know, like one of them that I haven't beaten,
Good.
but I really do like is Red Dead Redemption, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good game.
Another one that I haven't played as much as I'd like to is Anthem, but that game wasn't as good as. Well, it's a good
Yeah,
game,
I
it's
enjoyed
just-
Anthem.
I haven't really
What
played it
is
as much.
Crash
I
Bandicoot?
just like it just again people like stop playing it. That's another thing. I actually bought Grim a copy of that so we could play, and we've never played. So it's like
But the problem with that is that you bought during the game a copy of that, and then Apex came out that same weekend,
we might have been
right? So
we might have already been playing Apex, but
or the weekend or a couple weekends,
But it-
or a weekend or something like that. The problem was that he stuck with Apex, and he never really came to play.
right. I mean, he played a little bit because his brother had it, I think, or something, and his brother like because brother was game sharing with him, and then wanted him to play like Destiny and stuff with him, and he's like he didn't want to play Destiny, so then he's like, oh well, I'm game sharing with you, so you can play this game with me, not these other games. So then like when Grim was out of the house, his brother logged on and like took his account off his Xbox and stuff, so he couldn't play. So then we didn't play for a while, and then he and then I saw it on sale, and I'm like, yo, how's like Anthem for $25 on? He's like, better than 60, but I don't have the money for it. I'm like, well, I'll get it. And then yeah, we just never played.
Yeah, that sucks when you spend a little money and don't get anything out of it.
So
Well, like I said, there was also the fact that he was playing Apex all the time, right? Because you had mentioned that to me that when we were playing it, is that you were like, oh, I bought him it, but not that you.
yes,
He was playing it and you weren't playing it. Is that you guys started playing Apex together rather than playing Anthem together?
yeah, yeah. And we'll probably, I don't know, the game will probably be dead by the time we go back to play it. But
There's an update coming soon to it, so the DLC.
I am coming.
I'm running toward. Yeah, I'm running toward him too.
See, that is
Oh, someone shoot at me from the train tracks.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm still coming to you guys though.
I
still
don't
need
know
to figure out
how to get out there best.
Oh, and someone was just respawned at the train station.
Well, damn. shit's popping off on
Alright,
the
let's
tracks.
go get them bitches.
I've got low ammo except for shoddy. But
What
I have
ammo do you
a few
need?
rounds in
Oh,
this
no,
all
no,
for
I... No,
light.
I definitely have heavy. I might have light. I'm running...
Oh, oh my god, I'm aiming good. Hell yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, they're fucking me up now.
Shit. Oh, you faggot. Oh my god. There's a kid. Oh. Dude, there's two guys on my body. He's in the corner in that little train car thing. Dude, that kid was so hidey, man.
What? I hit him 3 times with the Peacekeeper. That's bullshit.
Oh, you were point blanking that kid. The first shot broke his shield. I don't understand how the second shot didn't kill him, man. You were in his... I mean, that was like putting a shotgun up to somebody's head,
Yes.
pulling the trigger. I mean, I don't...
And he fucking lived.
I don't know how that even went down. That's not
Nope.
even cool.
It was definitely not cool. Not even a little bit of cool.
No, that was unbelievable. I mean, yeah, I ran in there on that kid. I couldn't believe he was in that corner, man. I didn't even know that shit existed. Like, I heard him healing or something, and I ran in on him, and like, I was like, what?
What?
I just got busted, man.
Yeah, I've had similar things happen to
Like in
me.
this shadowy little corner on a milk crate.
Yeah, I barely
Like-
saw when I...
Milk crate murder.
Yeah. When I turned and saw him, I barely saw like the red to his outfit. Like, could barely see him.
Yeah, it was dark.
Do you see, Joe? Do you see me playing this at all?
Yeah, I'm back at it now. I turned it off because when you were looking at something else, it had like I had like a away screen thing up.
Yeah.
So I had my restream chat up.
So many freaking guns here.
Midget milk crate murderer from Minneapolis.
Definitely.
What's the
Definitely a Minneapolis midget milk crate murderer.
little Halo rifle, RPG launcher, machine gun, MGL, heavy assault shotgun, chainsaw.
Man, this whiskey is calming me down, letting me aim good. I was doing, I got like 4 1X sights shots from the alternator, like real long range for a 1X sight from an alternator. I mean, I was popping the kid. I might have missed 1 or 2 out of 6 shots or something. And he was like, I don't know, 50 to 80 yards away or something. It was
Whiskey.
Made me feel good about
Whiskey's your god juice.
benchmark old number 8 brand.
I still don't know what these
I can
points
only-
that I'm getting are.
Santana DVX is the only thing that could make me aim better, but they don't make it anymore. So
Yeah, Four Locos used to make me aim pretty good, but they took all the good stuff out of it.
what was it? It was the caffeine that people were complaining about in Four Locos,
It was
right? Like
it
the
was
excessive
caffeine and like taurine, and they had like energy drink stuff in there. So like it would
plus the high
it would keep you
alcohol.
from falling asleep. So like you'd be so wasted you should have passed out, but it would keep you awake.
And then you drink it
Yeah,
up
and then all of a sudden you're murdering kittens and stuff.
It's like 5 cups of coffee and 5 shots of liquor in a,
Yep.
in a couple hours or something.
Exactly.
Or an hour
Yep.
or whatever.
Exactly like that. So you're at the point you're blackout drunk and you should be sleeping, but the energy stuff has you awake, so you're just not remembering things. Or drink until you die.
Snoop Dogg does the body good. Yeah, right.
Because, like, passing out is your body's way of stopping you from drinking. And Four Locos found a loophole.
Right. Oh, shit. We got Trap Tuesday with us, and I don't know if he's referring to the music or the the dudes that dress up as women to try to lure other dudes. Okay.
I mean,
maybe
maybe both. I mean, who am I to try to limit this guy in his dreams?
Yeah. He can be baiting straight dudes while he's listening to fucking, what's his name? Fucking, God, the whiskey is taking away my memories. Post Malone, yeah. He may not exactly be Trap. But
Yeah, I don't know what they consider trap. Trap, when I was really into hip hop, was like not that. Was like T.I. was like trap
Trap's a
music.
whole other weird
T.I. even had an album called Trap Music.
Oh.
Like rapping him.
and now he's not considered trap. Now he's considered rap. Like, now he's considered rap. Like, trap music's like, I don't even know.
Oh, I got lit up from behind,
Well,
motherfucker.
I mean, yeah, he was T.I. was doing rap before he came out with Trap, the album
Yeah.
Trap Music.
Right, but like trap music was like rapping about like the trap, like about being in the hood and selling drugs and I mean, selling them
Without
Johns in the
mumbling.
spot. You know what I mean, chilling back in the cut and selling them Johns. That was trap music. Now it's like people singing on the fucking.
Yeah, I'm a Papa Zan, I'm a Papa Zan, stuff like that.
It's like people that can't pronounce words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to pronounce words. I mean, there's no way, honestly, some of the people that play trap now, oh, this kid is actually pretty decent. I'm gonna let him, you know, attract as many dudes as he wants in his makeup and
Nice.
stuff.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, get him, kid! Oh, good try, good try. But, yeah. Now it's like, I feel like the people that sing what most people would think of as trap now, I think they're purposefully, like, slurring their words and being really lazy with their pronunciation and, just sounding like they're fucking, like the most ghetto you could possibly fucking be. When that's not really
Yeah.
them. It's
See,
just
that's the
image.
thing. Back when, like, and I blame it on Drake. I think Drake made it okay. Back, you used
Oh,
to
that's
have
true.
to
Yeah, Drake's like
be,
halfway to it.
like, rap was about being true, about being like you only rapped about the stuff you lived, and gangster rap was it. So like you had to be gangster. You had to. you'd get found out if you were like, I'm down North Philly, I'm doing this, and I'm all this gunplay and yada yada yada, and then like people from North Philly be like, I have never seen I've never seen Joe a day in my life. He ain't from the hood. You know what I mean? Like, so like either I had to be there, I had to have a relative there and like spend time there. Like that was what you had to do, and you had to write your own rhymes. Like rap, you don't play any instruments. It's all about the lyrics. And if you're not writing your own lyrics, then you were busted. Nobody gave a shit.
Yeah.
Drake has a fucking ghostwriter, and it comes to the surface, but he's the hottest thing, and just nobody cares. The kids don't care no more. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
because you don't have to live it anymore. You just have to.
Yeah, I mean, like, and it just
Your stuff just has to sound good. It doesn't have to be.
it's such bullshit. Like,
Yeah, you know what's fun? I mean, this is just a mildly related thing to what you're saying, but like, Will Smith, I think it was getting jiggy with it. Nas actually wrote that, and Will Smith just sang it.
Well, there's
yeah,
a lot of
Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
No, but ghostwriters are a thing that has been happening for a long time, and it's not just rap. There's
Oh sure, yeah. Well, yeah.
Like one of the most famous ghostwriters ever, for any type of music is, for whatever, is actually the country artist singer Willie Nelson.
yeah.
He's the number one ghostwriter in the ever. With over 600 songs.
Disrespect Willie Nelson, and I was about to ask for your address, but that's acceptable.
Over 600.
No, I'm just joking.
Over 600 chart-topping songs that he wrote and other
Yeah.
people sang.
See, and that's
Oh, that's
in
interesting.
other
I did not know that. I like Willie Nelson.
in other genres, it's fine.
He's interesting, you know.
I mean, other genres, it's okay. The problem is in rap when you're not playing an instrument, when it's only your lyrics. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't write them, then like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, what's the point of...
Like in country, and it's going on for, forever. Like so many songs, like Pink writes a lot of songs for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Sia writes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sia writes a lot of songs.
So,
for
like,
people.
it's
Britney Spears writes a lot of for.
What? Britney Spears
Yeah.
writes songs?
Yeah, there many of what's it called? Many of Ariana Grande's songs were written by Britney Spears.
What? I'm amazed that Britney Spears did anything but accept input from others and
No,
the,
she's
call
actually
for,
she's
but
actually being
I'm really amazed at that.
an accomplished. She's actually become an accomplished songwriter.
I had no idea. I mean, I figured she was a talented dancer that looked good. I didn't know that she had any artistic abilities other than dancing.
Yeah, no, it's quite interesting. What is
here comes a
going on,
Pathfinder. Just set this zip line up.
Okay.
Right here.
Where's he at? I don't see him. There's another guy too. Okay, I'm with you. Oh, my shit froze.
Oh, we jumped over the wall. I'm going to get our buddy's banner
There's another guy.
since it's right here.
Okay, yeah, that Pathfinder ran onto the next building, up
Okay.
those stairs.
Oh, there's people in this building right above us.
I gotta
Okay.
figure
Let me
out
shield
how
up.
to do this.
Here, loot these boxes, see if you can get a better shield.
Alright.
There's 3 boxes down here.
Oh, I hear him right above us. I'm gonna shield up because that's quicker, I think. Oh, it won't let. I am shielded up. Oh my god. This game.
Up, they're coming down this.
There's a turbocharger in that cold box.
Oh, I'm being shot from the outside. Yeah.
I downed one, but I got down.
Was an
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if it was another squad or just extensions of that squad outside.
If our buddy hadn't decided to go hero mode there,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, it's only hero mode if he
I downed the medic and I
wins.
was trying to eliminate her and got shot.
I mean, if he loses,
Right,
it's
right, that's true.
chump ass mode.
He went,
He went zero mode.
Yeah, chump ass. Take it off the chump ass. Little
Yeah.
chump.
Yep.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. 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 Bum 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 ba dum bum bum.
How? That person was like they had like no health left. How did they survive? I don't know. You guys might like this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be something I'm gonna have to try.
It might be just something else to try, you know. But I don't know. It's pretty fun. I want to try the campaign. I was just reading that the campaign's supposed to be pretty good, so.
I'm back. You know, it blows my mind about like Britney Spears writing songs for Ariana Grande because like you look at them. To me, I look at them and I think they're like cut from the same cloth. They're just like a good-looking woman that's doesn't have that great a singing.
Yeah,
voice,
no,
just like-
Ariana Grande is actually
Have some
Ariana
catchy
Grande can
beats.
actually really sing. Like, yeah.
Oh really? I don't.
Yeah,
I guess I'd
Google
have to hear it.
Google it. Yeah, Google it. When she's on like late night shows, yeah, she's actually like really good.
I guess I'm just.
She
not,
was huge before
I
she
just have to
was,
hear it, I guess.
before she got into pop music.
Yeah, she was an actor
huge,
for
like, singing
um,
champions.
she was on the Disney
Well,
and stuff.
Everybody's got their own.
Or not Disney, but
Yeah, everybody's got their own opinion of what good singing is. Too.
listen, listen, I'm not a crazy man just saying it's good. It's good, okay? Okay? Don't try to belittle my opinion on good singing. I know what good singing is.
Like, give me an example of one of her good songs so I can.
No, I'm not talking about songs. Songs are like they're mastered and whatever. I'm talking Google, find her on a late night show, a cappella, no mixing of anything. I mean, no mastering of the track, just her singing on some late night show with like I don't know.
Do you happen
I
to
will
have,
find
like,
one.
an
I will find one right now. Right now. No, I'm finding one. I'm finding one. I'm finding one.
Okay. I just want you to know I'm not being like, oh yeah, tell me. I believe you. Because I mean, I've seen examples of shit, and I can't immediately bring it to mind. I'm not being an ass.
I mean, you are
just
the
wondered.
So-
bro. Are being an ass.
This is
Total
actually really
asshole.
interesting. This is actually really interesting. So the singer Kesha, she wrote a couple of Britney Spears' songs.
Yeah, that I did know.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, that I did know.
No, Kesha,
Did you know? I didn't know
you
this.
like her.
Yeah, I don't think she can. She's okay. I don't think she's like a great singer, but
Did you know that Snoop Dogg actually came?
yeah, I'm with you.
Guys, Joe, that's whoever's fucking this fucker.
Snoop Dogg
He what?
Snoop Dogg actually spit the lyrics to Still Dre for Dr. Dre. So Dr. Dre actually he actually took like Snoop Dogg wrote Dr. Dre's Still Dre song.
Oh, that's interesting. You would have thought that, like, if anybody, Eminem would have been the one to write them.
Well, no, that was before Eminem came out. Still Dre. Oh no.
Oh,
I guess
yeah,
Eminem was
I'm
out.
thinking-
99.
I'm thinking of,
well,
I'm
1999.
thinking of,
Eminem was.
what's it called? No, you're right. I'm thinking of, fucking, I Need a Doctor, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I need light bullets. Okay. I'm putting heavy in there. I don't know what you're using.
This guy's got, oh, he's only got 9.
No, I already took some. I already took some out of that. Can't let teammate get him. Fuck teammate.
So you know how big of a star Kelly Clarkson is. I just.
Oh, someone's shooting me over here.
Katy Perry actually wrote a couple of Kelly Clarkson songs.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of like Katy Perry. I don't think she's a great singer. I think she's an okay singer, but I kind of like her.
I'm shielding up real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like Madonna, and I think she's a good but not great singer. Oh my god.
I'm coming.
So
this
Elton
guy's got
John-
his shield broke.
So this is actually really interesting. So Elton John wrote the instrumental song, wrote the instrumentals for many of the songs, but a songwriter named Bernie Taupin is the force behind
Thought
the
there's more
lyrics
people
to
coming.
songs such as Rocket Man,
Fuck.
Rocket Man, Your Song, and Crocodile Rock.
It's all you, Zero. Yeah.
Oh, shit, all me. Fuck, I got a heals.
So that the song,
Oh, God.
the song "Just a Little Bit of Your Heart" by
I couldn't even see where people were at.
Britney Spears.
That's weird. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, I am interested, Joe, to hear the example you've got about her, because like her popular songs, I don't think she's that good a singer on. Like this, I mean, but it's the style of singing. It's like all this excessive harmonizing. I've never been a fan of that. Like, all that shit. I don't think that's good. That's, I mean, I don't mean that's all she does. I just don't like that in particular.
Did you guys ever listen to Beastie Boys?
A little bit.
Beastie Boys, who's that?
They're
Sorry, who are these Beastie
they're
Boys you
these
speak of?
weird Jewish fellas from New York who.
You guys.
Yeah.
They sound like someone who would have to fight for the right.
Oh, and boy did they fight.
Anyways, their song Paul Revere. Their song.
Yeah, I know Paul Revere. Yeah.
That song was actually written by Run DMC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, I guess as a group or whatnot.
Okay, so here is I don't know if you.
I mean, there's 2 or 3 guys in Run DMC.
It's musical genre. Actually, I'm gonna play this and make sure this is what I think it is. Musical genre challenge on the Late Show with Jimmy Fallon.
That's actually
So
interesting.
I don't know if you'll be able to hear this.
Okay.
And it, or random genre generator.
And if not, you'll just have to Google it on your phone.
Jeez.
But
Song title.
Yeah,
And one
it's-
random musical genre.
But yeah, so
They just have to sing that song in that song.
yeah, so it just randomly picks stuff,
You ready?
genre, sung in a certain style,
Shape of You.
shape of you in the sky.
Ska. Kind of knows.
So
I
that's
think
what
like
Jimmy
a
Fallon's
little
gonna sing. So
ska.
I
How
don't
fast?
really,
Ska.
it's not, we don't care about that.
Best song I want to hear there.
Jimmy Fallon's a
Go ahead, Ariana. It's your turn.
I don't think he's much of a singer.
So she's gonna have to do Humble and Goth Rock because it's
Humble. Goth rock, like goth rock, like 2003 Evanescence goth rock.
Yeah.
Like hot.
What does that sound like? Yeah.
Hot Topic shopping goth.
Wait, how does that sound? Yeah.
Can you hear this? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna
cutting
change
in and out.
inputs, and I'll look up the video. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I searched
I think I might have actually seen this.
Ariana Grande late.
Yeah, what's the
So the
title of the video?
title of the video is Musical Genre Challenge without Ariana Grande. It's about 2 minutes in is when she starts singing, and you can actually hear like she has a voice.
She basically does Evanescence, Amy Lee from Evanescence voice.
Okay, let me turn on my speakers. Hold on.
And everybody knows Amy Lee is like probably one of the best vocalists.
She is very good. I don't know if you ever heard of a band called Nightwish. They're like a Norwegian, but they've had about 3 different singers, and they're all excellent. And I would say they're all, well, I don't know. Amy Lee is very good. I don't know. They're all
Amy Lee is
they're all
one
at
of the
least on Amy Lee's level in my mind, but she's got a beautiful voice. Okay,
I don't
hold on a sec.
I don't think anybody's fully at her. She has a type of voice that.
Hold on a sec. Let me listen. I'm gonna mute my mic.
I'm tired of this. I like this gun, but.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I wouldn't say she sounded as good as Amy Lee, but at the same time, she was trying to imitate her, so it's kind of
No,
hard
she was trying to imitate her voice. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
she
so
can, I don't think. Well, this is what
I think
saying.
that's a good example, but I would like to hear her doing something
there is
virtuoso in her own voice.
There's an octave that very few singers. There's a vocal range that very few singers ever have been able to get to. Amy Lee is one that can get that is in that vocal range. You know what I mean?
A low octave?
She has the ability to sing very low, but also very high. A vocal range allowing a control of a voice in a span. There's very few singers that have a range of that level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That she's one of the few that do have that range, I guess you could say.
But is it the? Oh, okay. You're just saying as a total range. Give me just a
take
second.
your time.
I didn't mean to ready up. Hold on just a second. Let me look
Go
at something.
Go ahead.
If you can look up another example, Joe, that's like her doing some kind of virtuoso shit that's not really an imitation. I mean, that was good. That was a very good imitation of Amy Lee too. It was just, and it takes talent to even do the imitation. But I want to hear her own shit. That's of course she's not trying to like distort her voice to sound like somebody else, just to get a better sense.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take my headphones off just a minute here because I'm looking for something too.
Okay. This is a. I'm gonna help you.
Yeah, I just googled Ariana Grande acapella, and I found a video. I don't know what the song is.
Don't do. She does. So Ariana Grande has done work with like opera and stuff like that, and everybody knows that opera is like a huge thing. Search up Ariana Grande opera or Ariana Grande and Andrea Bocelli.
So it's an opera song she does?
She does a couple things, but this is a good way of showing her voice. 1 second, like I don't know if you can hear. I just want to see if this is the one. That's a good way of showing off her voice as well. Some people don't like listening to opera, but
Yeah, I'm not a fan of opera. I've only heard it one time where I actually enjoyed it, and it was just some girl on Twitch was singing it.
I grew up listening to opera. It's one of the types of music my father listened to, so I got used to it. But if you just to show her voice, if you look at that, if you look up Andrea Bocelli and Ariana Grande, and the song's called "I Più" something like that. It's in Italian words, right? But EPIUL something, and that's like a good way of showing like her like vibrato and all that kind of stuff. She's got a beautiful voice in that. Oh fuck! This guy.
I'm having a little trouble finding what I was looking for, but did you guys find another?
Yeah, Zed has the one where she sings
okay.
opera with some dude. That.
Yeah, what's the title?
She sings. It's called like if you search up Andrea Bocelli and Ariana Grande.
Yeah, if you.
Do you have? The
yeah,
video?
if you.
You have the video. Where
Yeah, the title is Andrea Bocelli, on Ariana Grande, and then the song is EPIUTIPENSO.
Oh,
yeah.
I see it.
I did just load it up, so I haven't had a chance to listen to it.
To opera,
but it'll let me see a little bit of her voice. Yeah,
she's
you know
got
at what point in the video it's her?
Oh, she shortly into it, it's kind of like does this little thing, like maybe 40
There's
seconds.
a dude singing it first, right?
That's Andrea Bocelli, yeah, one of the biggest opera singers in the world.
Oh, that's a dude?
Yeah.
I see a picture of her about a minute in.
I just thought the English name Andrea, you know.
It's
Oh,
that's actually
okay. That's her.
it's on
That's
trail.
Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me listen. Goddamn duets. Hold on just a sec. I'm trying to get just her voice.
Alright, that's all I can listen to with that.
Yeah, she does have a good voice. I agree. That's much better than her. Like, I mean, I'm not an opera fan, but just judging the voice, that's better than her
You
pop
have enough
songs.
of understanding. You
Yeah,
have enough
yeah.
understanding of
It is
music
good.
and what is good. What
Yeah,
is a
right.
good vocal?
That is a pretty voice. That is nice. Yeah, and a range. And yeah. So, yeah. I still. This is just me. I prefer the different singers from Nightwish to her voice, but I still think she's got a very nice voice. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? You could probably pick out points where I would prefer her voice to theirs too, to be honest, because like it's, at least one of the Nightwish singers, like on even a single song, she has one part that I think is like angelic and one part that I think is kind of grating a little bit. So it's kind of, yeah, she's got a good voice. I agree with you. That surprises me because like her pop stuff just ain't it for me. But you know, maybe that's a generational thing or something. It's kind of, she's a little younger than me and kind of appeals to a younger audience.
Yeah,
On the
you
pop
old
music.
man. You don't understand the
I'm not a big
kids.
fan of pop music either.
Yeah, I gotta
You're
get
not.
with the,
You're not that old. Though.
He's like 50.
No, I'm 37, but I mean, it's just like, you know, like, I don't know, I'm gonna say Gen Z music is like, well, she's a little older than Gen Z herself, but she probably appeals to a lot of Gen Z.
She's like
20.
20. She's like 22, 23 or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know she was that young. Okay. I thought she was a little older than that. I didn't even know that. But yeah, she does have a good voice. That's like to me, that's a totally different representation than her poppy songs.
Yeah, it's the pop music's what pays the bills.
She's 26.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
And she's a lot closer to my age than I thought.
And she looks pretty good too.
Oh, she's
you know.
hot as fuck. I'm not even gonna deny that.
It's kind of fun. It's kind of funny though. Like she has drastically, like if you look at some of her earlier pictures, like before she smeared fake tan all over her, like she looked like she went from white to like half Mayan or something. Like, I mean, she darkened her skin big time, like with her current makeup. But she's hot either way.
She's half white. She's half white and she's half Colombian. I think that's what it is.
If you saw her skin, like in her Disney years, you wouldn't know she was half Colombian.
Oh, from like Sam and Cat and Victoria's and stuff
I mean,
like that. I
she's
watched those shows
extreme.
when I was
Like
younger.
she's whiter than white. But I'm not dissing her. I'm just saying, you know.
I mean,
it's like pop stars change their looks.
that might have been the makeup to appeal to the Disney audience. Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, sorry.
But I mean, you can. I mean,
thought
she's bronze as fuck knowing her current. You know, and I mean, it's hard to tell because when you're wearing heavy makeup anywhere you're seen, it's like which one is the lighter makeup, which one's the lighter makeup. But you could
So
be right.
I totally thought she was.
It's a toss-up.
I totally thought she was Colombian or Mexican or something like that. She's not. She's Italian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I mean, Italians have a wide range. If they get out in the sun all the time, they can be really, really dark.
Yeah, I have this Italian buddy.
And that's why she sings.
Oh shit!
Now I understand that, and that's why she sings opera.
Oh, our buddy's down.
What? Oh yeah, Italian. Okay. Oh shit! I'm coming. Oh damn! I landed far away from you. Sorry, dude. I'm on my way. Thank you for pinging the guy, Giant Zay.
That's a blue body shield
I
I pinged.
understand he's in this building.
There's a blue body shield out there on the corner.
All right. I missed the floor.
Come on, something.
Did they not run away? Or, oh, did you,
Nah,
did you
I
wait that
didn't
long?
even see him.
I've never done this one. Okay.
Did you want? Okay, thank you.
Still need to figure out what I like. I'm still
Where's he at?
combat shotgun and.
Oh shit! I think they're shooting at a teammate, or a teammate shooting at them. I don't really know.
I put a fence at the bottom level zip line.
Okay, alright, you're coming here. There's a blue heavy clip right here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, they just blew up your fences.
Okay, good to hear.
I don't know where the grenade came from, but I just watched your fences disappear.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no, they're at the bottom of the zip line.
Okay. I'm hiding until they come in. Come on up, big man. Get some.
Oh, I hit the wrong button and fell off. Okay.
I'm coming with you. I'm with you.
Oh, they're above us now. Yeah, they're on the
they
second
above us
floor.
now?
Right here. Oh, and there's somebody in here.
One down. Oh shit, two guys on me. Come on, teammate. Where you at, Giant Zay? Get some. Okay. Thanks, Giant Zay. I mean, you only had like 30 minutes to heal up and get back with the squad while we were fighting.
Well, he needed 32 minutes, apparently.
Yeah, 30. I need to share with him some of my benchmark on my
Yeah,
break.
yeah, you do. Maybe grow some balls.
That's right. Yeah, I'm surprised. She really does have a good voice, though. It's very nice.
Very nice.
Oh, that was fun.
What happened?
Oh, I was sneaking around. And I got like 3 kills. But like a zombie came to go hit me, and I got smoked by like 3 guys. The 3 guys that teamed up on me because they knew where I was like posted up, right? Because I just killed them.
Oh, you respawn in this? Like the other human players respawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
is it like a X number of line? Oh, go ahead, I'm listening.
It'll be like, team deathmatch, you know what I mean, kind of thing. Like, so
okay.
it'll be like, first to, 200 kills or something like that.
Cool. That sounds kind of cool. I was getting the impression that it was like, permadeath, but also
No.
PvE in PvP, you know.
No. You die really easily, so.
It might be a pretty cool game.
Yeah, you die pretty easily. You only got like 4 bars of health, and like you depending on where you get hit, it determines how quickly you die and all that kind of stuff. Whoa, come on. Whoa.
Oh, this person's lagging like a motherfucker.
Oh, I'm coming, McKenna.
They're like running in place and shit.
Oh, dude, he's skipping all over my screen too, dude. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's fucking coming to you, SCFL.
What?
And they ran away.
This guy's almost dead. Scuffo. Come on, you bitch. God damn it. Why can't you get a random that sticks with the team and fights with the team? I mean,
They
it's
don't.
not that
They don't
hard.
exist.
It's not
They're
difficult.
like fucking the Loch Ness monster, or like the North American
it's like a unicorn.
Sasquatch.
Fucking, yeah, unicorns, yeah.
Some of these game modes are actually kind of fun though.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun game, really. I mean, is tonight the first night you played this?
Yeah, it just came out today on Game Pass.
And I'm about to die. Oh, nice. Okay, you got me. I didn't think you would.
Oh, cool. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Thought it was over.
Where's your banner? Oh.
I'm like,
Yeah, I see it. I got you. I got you. Let me grab that shield so I don't die immediately.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah, take your time, get healed up. I mean, I can't believe I didn't kill the guy before.
How do
after
you
I hurt
do
him
this?
really bad.
Whoa.
Oh, he's bringing it
I'm trying
back.
to
Nice.
help you out, guys. I'm trying to help you out. These things are,
Zero. Can
these
you
things are fucking me
do
up.
me a
Come
favor?
on,
Turn
come
your
on.
speakers down a bit.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot I had them on, dude. I was doing it for Ariana.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I don't hate you. I hate Ariana for it now. So I picked up the ammo that I saw with stuff.
Yeah, I just had an alternator or something in my box. I'm looking for a gun. Oh, okay, I'll take that devotion. Or that Spitfire.
There's also an EVA here with some shotgun bullets.
Alright.
But here, I can drop some heavy.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Actually, here, now. Take it
that's
off.
plenty
Take
for
it off.
now.
Because I just realized I have a bunch of energy. So I'll pick up that Havoc that I was using.
Okay. Thanks.
We might actually win this one. We get to win a match.
Nice.
Oh, shit. I'm going to grab your charge rifle. Is that alright?
Yeah, go for it. Go
Fuck
for
this Havoc. I'll do that, gentlemen.
Is that a new gun?
Yeah,
Charge rifle?
came out this season.
it. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the new gun, right? Yeah, okay.
It's kind of like a
Oh, here's a
railgun,
bag.
But, like, it puts this little...
Oh, the storm's coming, so I don't know if you...
Puts this little... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll run right now. It puts this little, like, targeting beam out for, like, a second and a half before it fires. And, like, the little targeting beam does, like, a little bit of damage, it kind of ticks off 3 damage over and over pretty quick, and then it hits them for what? I don't even know what
Like
it hits them for.
45 or something? Something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful, but it's kind of hard to get used to.
Oh shit, I might die. I don't have any fucking heals.
Oh, fucking get swarmed by.
Yeah, I can't get out of this storm. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I'm gonna die.
So as soon as you get swarmed by zombies in this, you're dead. Like there's unless you have like some sort of like ridiculous survivability ability to keep yourself alive, like it's insane.
Here's a blue box over here, Joe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down again.
Oh, there's boxes. Okay, I got syringes for you this time. I'm gonna drop 2 syringes.
Okay.
There's like 3 boxes right in front of us.
Oh, there's somebody here. Motherfucker.
Oh shit.
God damn
Oh
it.
shit.
Just run.
Victory.
Predator mode.
And I'm box. I'm in box mode.
Oh no, he had a purple shield. God damn it. I almost had the guy. I broke his shield, but he had a purple shield. Oh, is our dude running back? No. No. Thought he was going to come rescue us. Let's see what he does. I'm inclined to give him a few seconds because he got us last time. Maybe he'll do something.
Maybe.
So can you run faster than the zombies in whatever it's called?
In World War Z?
Yeah, World War Z.
You can try to run faster than them, but that's not
Or are they
gonna
faster
work
than
very
you?
well. They're fucking fast. And they
Are
come
they
in this
faster
swarm.
than you, or is it just that, like, you know,
You
you got
can-
so much shit going on that
You could probably run just as fast as them. But you can't
But
outrun.
there's
You're
so
not
much.
faster than them. You're not. If anything, you're as fast as them. You're not faster than them.
and so if you have to stop for a second to do anything, they'll catch you or whatever.
They'll swarm you. Yeah. So you gotta turn around. And you gotta be smart and trying to kill them while staying alive and swinging your hatchet or whatever weapon you have to try to keep yourself alive.
Hey Joe, I think this guy's never gonna. No, okay, well we timed out. Okay,
Yeah.
have fun.
Fuck you,
bastard.
SCFO, you fucking FCFO.
I'm sure you'll go on to lose the
Yeah. I'm confident.
Yeah, I almost. Well, I don't know if I almost had the guy. I broke his shield, and I hit him with one more bullet, but I just didn't have the health and energy to. I had like 50 health or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a...
If Scafo had stuck around, or Scafo, however you say it.
It's one of them dumb...
South Carolina. Fuck off,
Yeah.
or whatever
I
that
mean, I'm pretty
sounds
sure
like.
it's definitely that. It's gotta be.
I think so. I mean, there's not much else it could be, really. If I saw a vanity plate that said SCFO, I'd think South Carolina, fuck off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Fuck South Carolina. North Carolina. Is the way. I've got friends from North Carolina.
Oh, that's interesting. Like from Xbox Live or other games, or...
Personal friends as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like on the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Or or you know, like 5 miles away from it or something to that effect.
A friend of mine used to go to school here. He lives in Raleigh now.
Oh, that's a big move.
He's from Raleigh. He moved here for school.
Oh, okay. Oh, I did not know.
Yeah, I don't know what the
something
plan
that
was
jump.
there, but I like slid off the roof.
I thought I was landing in a building. I thought that was like a building you could go in. Until I've landed here a lot.
I mean, it's only been urban environments for me.
Zombies
Yeah,
in
exactly,
the office
right.
building. No, not zombies in the office building. Screw off. Stay away from you stupid zombie bitches.
Mondays.
See, if you're with a whole squad, you can take out the zombies before they kill you. If you're with your squad, but if you're alone, like the zombies, you're screwed. Like there, I was alone. My partner left me.
Oh shit!
Shit. Fuck.
You know what the funny thing is that
Behind
if you
that
go
rock.
back, if you go back
Broke
to
their
the same
shield?
area,
Okay.
if you go back to the same area, there's zombies that identify. Like, your body
Got
turns
'em.
into a zombie, I guess, after.
Somebody over there too.
Nades on the rock.
Oh, come on.
Behind that box. Broke their shield.
See, I like this gun. I still need to figure out what guns I'm good with in this game.
I heard him
Is-
for 48 or something. Oh, here's another guy.
Oh, he's got a triple take that's fucking me up. Oh, I knocked somebody with my gas trap.
I think. Yep. Last guy's running away into that building.
Okay, let me heal up real quick. Get some so I don't die immediately.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he got him. He got him.
Nice.
Oh, there's a cargo bot going toward the west or something. Oh, there's another dude somewhere.
Okay.
Oh, it's the same guy.
Alright,
I've
I'm
heard him.
coming.
I've heard him. Oh, yeah, he got him, yeah. Oh, good shots, the mechanic. I saw
I was-
that shit coming in from across the map to down him.
Yeah, nah, I didn't. Wasn't me. I didn't get to down him. I tried. But I did what I could.
Yeah, you looked like you were on target.
Oh, I just dropped there because I didn't have a lot of energy.
Ooh, I didn't mean to drop that energy. I mean, pick up that energy.
I only have 15 heavy shots.
Those two energies I pinged are 75 rounds.
Ah,
total.
shit. Alright, well then I guess I'm gonna have to drop the longbow for... Maybe I'll take the triple take. Alright. Do you have a heavy gun? I can give you this 5 heavy ammo or whatever. Oh, it's
Sure,
alright,
sure.
it's
I got
9
a
heavy.
right.
Here, there's a blue.
fine.
Do you need a blue heavy clip?
Okay. Oh, well.
I got
Yeah,
that at night if you need both or what or whatever or how.
I don't need the stock if you need it.
I might need it later. We'll see what happens.
I don't know if I've ever landed here before.
Oh. Mr. Grimm is now texting me.
Oh, you.
Oh, cool. Okay.
You're actually a fat bitch, aren't you? You fat, fat fucking slutty bitch. Oh, I was on a roll and these guys just came and killed me. Boom, boom, fuck off. You stupid slutty ass fucker.
Is this a human opponent or a zombie?
Human. The zombies are easy to take out. Or somewhat, unless they swarm you like this. Come on, piss off.
I'm right behind you.
I'm taking the zip line out.
Okay, survived.
Alright, you take the syringe, I'll take the shield cell down there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I lost the ping on my screen, but I'm following you.
You got the syringe that was up there? Yeah.
Oh, it was up there? No, I'll find one.
Well, no, there's a zip line right here.
Too
Zip
difficult
line right
to
here.
go back.
Dirty,
Oh, okay.
slutty fucking bitch.
Oh shit. Let's help him out.
You don't need us. I got the syringe for you. I'm coming back.
Oh, I can't, dude. Joe, I'm recording that clip.
What?
Oh my gosh. You should have seen this iron sight shot I just made. I made like a 250-yard iron sight.
Really?
Shot with the scout
That's
rifle.
insane.
And it seemed like it was zero travel time too. It seemed like it was hit scan.
You slutty fucking bitches. You dirty slutty bitches. I've got one kill and 7 guys.
Yeah, he's a dead bitch.
Yeah.
Or
I can't believe I'm fucking getting my ass kicked this way. Fucking 1 kill, 7 deaths. Like, piss off, you dirty slutty bitches.
here, take these syringes.
Oh,
They're the
thank you.
syringes from up top.
It's a little like there's no way to like guard yourself, right? So, and like there's not very much like dodging abilities, I guess you could say, almost. Fuck off, dirty fat slags. Oh, I got kicked, just raped by a bunch of zombies.
Let's see how I feel at 8.
You're gonna go get at 8, or you want to get up at 8?
I'll get up at 8.
Up at 8.
Probably more like 8:30.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I just dropped the standard stock. Let me grab that standard stock back. Alright, I'm coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, Grim said, yeah, my bad. I didn't look at my phone. He'll be on in a minute. So.
Oh, okay. Cool beans. I got a little bit left in me.
Oh, come on.
They just dropped an ultimate on us, so watch yourself. They're dropping 2 on us.
Dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, shit,
Where are they
I don't know,
firing
but
from?
there's
Oh, from right there.
sniping the shit out of me.
Yeah, let's just run for the circle. It's a big gap. Big gap.
Okay. I love running for the big gaps. Alright. Here we go. Running for the big gaps.
You see any optics? Oh, never mind.
What? You need like 1x?
I just anything, but I just swapped my 1x on my Prowler to my Scout. But man, those shots I was making with the Scout, I made 2 really good shots. I don't know if I should swap it. I kind of wonder if the game gives you a little bit of an advantage when you do use the iron sight.
Nice
I'll hit him,
shooting.
yeah, down him.
That was fucking beautiful.
Alright, so that.
Oh, there's a. Oh, I'm being shot.
Dude, oh shit. Dude, I think the Scout rifle might be hitting.
They're going up to the left.
I don't know. It's very close to it. Yeah, good idea.
Oh, there's a care package right there that somebody looted. Like
where
that.
at? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, so we might
Yeah.
be surrounded.
I want to see if there's a Kraber on there. If there is, I want it.
I'm with you if you want to push it.
Just cover me. I'm just gonna sprint it real quick.
Okay. I'm posting up at a rock behind you.
Oh, it's an All-Star. Do I want the All-Star? No.
I bet they went in this door here in the cave.
Probably.
This door is also open right here.
I can use that sniper stock. Do you need any of the stuff they pinged?
I don't know. I can use that 3x, I guess.
Okay, you're here. I was gonna pick it up for you. But okay. Yep, they're in the. Just like you, Cole.
Oh shit! I'm right behind you.
Oh, he just
I
fucking
broke 2
disappeared.
shields. I'm down, but I broke 2 shields. Nades might be, yeah. Oh, what?
Alright, I get you. I hear you fucking saying that. I threw my ultimate to try to give us some room so I could pick him up. And all he keeps saying is, I need a medic over here, I need a medic over here. I get it.
That's annoying. Yeah. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, St. Jimmy. Okay. Well, St. Jimmy tried. Yeah, Joe.
Fuck.
I don't know how those 2 guys were surviving. Both you guys, they must have been healing because both you guys were hitting them. And I broke their fucking shields, and then both you guys were hitting your shots on them. They must have had Phoenix kits or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a vault in there, and that's why they were in there. So they had like all top tier stuff. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. True. Could be. I broke 2 shields, and then I was specking both you and him, and you were both hitting shots really good. I mean, there was nothing wrong with this. And I saw you hide behind that pillar when you.
Yeah, I was trying to be slick.
You're both doing great. I got it. Oh, you were. I mean, you were getting it. I don't know what the fuck. Those guys must have had the best shit in the vault with Phoenix kits and gold shit.
Yeah.
I gotta pee real quick. You want to see if the Grimster gets on for a minute?
Yes, sir.
BRB.
Hey Zeddy, can you do me a favor and turn your speakers down a little bit, buddy? No, it's all good.
Sorry.
I just appreciate that. Yo, yo, yo.
I'm back. Hey, Grim.
You back? I've been waiting a long ass time, bro.
I know, I feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting really impatient.
Okay.
I'm like, sure you did something in there.
No, I literally just
Okay.
said I'm here.
Already?
Okay.
Love
Alright.
you. Good night. So you want to get up at 8, right?
Good night, Kim. Yeah, maybe 7. Wake me up. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, no problem. I got you.
With a gentle forehead
I got
kiss.
you.
Oh, that kiss was for me?
Yeah, I'll be calling you at 7 a.m.
Please don't. I'll be fucking dead asleep.
No alarm clock can match the lips of my male
Yeah.
lover.
I'll just show up at your house and be like, yo, he said he wanted to get up at 7. So go wake him up, Mrs. Grimm.
They throw rocks in my window.
Mrs.
Grimm.
Yeah, Mrs.
Sorry for breaking down your doors without any rag.
But he said he wanted me to wake him up, so I had to.
It's only fair. Oh, what I just walked into.
Some weird shit. So who's got their shirt off? Me!
I never
Me! Over here! Yeah, man.
Does a mesh shirt count as no shirt?
Actually, a mesh shirt is the only answer that could have been weirder.
Freaking politics. Freaking politics.
Yeah, it's the only answer that could have been weirder than no shirt.
I'm gonna hit this bin right here. What's up, Grim?
Oh, there's a guy with a shotgun who's shooting my face off.
Dude in there. Yep. I'm a guy with the no gun. Oh,
I got you, bro.
bitch. Oh, there's an even in this bin.
Yeah, bro, I got you.
Good.
I shot that in his motherfucking face.
I'm gonna take these.
I don't have a gun yet.
And I'm gonna heal up. I have a couple syringes. I'm gonna grab some weird place to heal up.
No,
Alright, there.
guns.
I used the fucking syringe.
Actually, I'm gonna take that.
God, man. I just got messed up. My control batteries are low. Does that mean how long do I have
I don't know.
to do it now? Well, we'll do
Yeah,
it
as soon as we
whenever
get a chance, you just. Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing.
Shit.
Yeah, nah, sorry, we got too many people as is.
Oh, right there. Oh,
Apparently.
shit. They're behind that shit right there.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, no!
It's not like I'm playing with it.
Yeah, I got you. I'll shut the door. Get in, dog.
Alright, I'm gonna just put some
Nice, love you.
One more on you, Grim, right over here.
nice.
Check crypto.
I'm doing the juggling of the dogs.
Should I kill him or just go for
Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
He's close to you though, so.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, there's a mofo up there.
He's behind you. I know he's not.
Oh, shit.
Oh no, he evaded too.
Is
Damn
he
it.
gonna kill me? Oh my god. Yeah, I cannot go that way. Fuck.
Somebody else?
Hopefully I played him. I'm not sure though. Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
He played you like an energy gun.
Well, I played the one guy, but the other guy was
Let me
still
try
over
this.
there.
This class.
Well, let me get my bad
That's the champions. Oh my god.
Oh, I got my headshot.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. I need to get headshots with SMGs. Alright, I only need 2 more. Alright, I'm working there. I'm getting there.
National proximity violence.
I'm getting there.
Bro, I'm just trying out crypto.
Yeah,
And then we
crypto's a
can
lot of
maybe-
fun. I enjoyed them. I enjoyed the crypto.
I'm just not trying him. I wanna see what he's like.
Yeah, so I went to casino after work. That's why I didn't get done till late.
Went to do what?
I went to a casino. I work right across the street from
Oh.
a casino. Yeah. So I'm a few
Gambling
girls from
illegal
work.
in
Yeah.
Yeah. As of recently, within the last decade.
Okay.
They used to be.
Alright.
Yeah.
There's only like 2
You only have-
casinos around here. Yeah, not a lot. There was only one for a while. Now there's one out in Chester.
There's like 2 within range of me too, and they're both in North Carolina. Like, there's one like
Oh, yeah.
35 minutes away, but
Oh, come on.
I don't have a job right now, and I don't feel like risking
Don't
it
run
when
away.
I don't have.
Wait,
any
how do I
income to
exit?
replace
Yeah,
it.
I agree. If you can replace it, it's not as big of a gamble, really.
Right.
But I did good. I ended up, I was up like $60, and
No,
then
it's in my email.
I even like gave some chick like $5, another $5 to gamble, and then she won money and they gave me my 10 back. So I ended up helping somebody out, buying a bunch of drinks, and still leaving with like $27 extra. So it was
Nice.
Oh, I only have a
Yeah, I only got a P2020 and there's.
Alright,
This
oh,
guy's
God,
also
I'm
got a
getting shot from
Mozambique.
his back. Oh my god, I almost killed this dance man.
Oh, 2 guys. I saw him.
Sorry.
What were you playing?
just slots. Yeah,
Slots.
that's usually what I do.
You're
Sometimes
playing
I'll
with
do
slots.
some roulette.
Yeah.
I usually like to play with slots, you know, and make them give me them
I've
money.
only
Them
played
exchange
roulette
purchases.
one time. I won
Yeah.
on roulette and walked away, and that's the only time I've ever played it.
Yeah.
I did
That's
go
usually
2 to
what
1.
way we're at.
I think I bet on black or something like Wesley told us.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. I usually
Like
do black
Wade
bets.
told us to do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Always bet on.
Yeah.
I think he had a different meaning in mind.
Oh, come on. Oh, I fucking hate how long it takes. Only problem I
Bro,
have with
Vulcans are
this
so
game is that
overpowered.
it takes forever to... Certain guns take forever to freaking reload.
Yo, what do you guys think about the
I've only been in one time, but they're pretty they're ridiculous.
fun,
Yeah,
man?
in the vaults,
Yeah, dude, they're insane.
the vaults,
In what?
the vault keys.
Oh.
I have never been in the vault. I know this is in the
Oh
vault,
my
but
god, it's so good.
I was all fucked up and I wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, I got a
In the
key
vaults?
once and we didn't make it to the vault. But I peeked
Dude,
in
And
the
then I got a
windows.
key for another vault and then we died.
I've made it to so many before, but I mean, these things are so good.
Yeah.
Alright, where's the good loot that I need to go grab real quick? Alright, it's to the left.
Have you found a lot of vault keys in the loot box? Do you have to wait till they get to a certain color before they have a chance to drop them?
I actually don't know. I thought
The one that dropped it was gold and red.
Okay.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was-
so all that shit that I ordered late last night when we were playing, I wasn't even
I
looking at
literally-
shipping
Chest
times.
supplies.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, fucking zombies all over
I
me.
ordered 3 things.
Jesus
Looks
Christ.
like the only thing that'll be here
Swarm.
quick is the cartridges. The cracker and the balloon will be here
What?
sometime within like a month. Some retarded. I probably
No.
should have looked it up, but I was trying to squeeze it in between games.
Fucking didn't even stand a
Damn.
chance. Ended up
I'm
in the
dumbass
zombie
every
spawning
game.
over there.
Bro, I literally just got full body armor, helmet, knockdown shield, and backpack.
yeah, man, the vaults are pretty sweet. I wish I
Hit this little
wish I
buddy
could
back
get
here.
into them more. But
Grim, are you telling me
Dude.
that you ordered this before, but you didn't have a
Dude,
a
you play
cracker
with me,
left
dog, you
over or
gotta see
something?
it down there.
Wait, what?
Have you ordered this shit before, but you didn't have like a cracker left over that was still in working order or something?
My cracker got taken by my old roommates.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
have it.
Those bitches.
Yeah. A punching balloon you could probably buy, but I don't know where you could buy it, so I just figured I would go on the internet.
Yeah. Some items are kind of hard to find.
Yeah. Oh, you got a body shield over there? Did it disappear already?
yeah, they're on the ground floor.
I might have seen one in this building. Let me look.
It was gone by the time I
Yeah, there's one right.
tried to ping it.
I'll actually bring that. The select fire.
Really, you should just go
Yeah,
buy
yeah,
a CO2 BB pistol and like stretch a regular balloon over the barrel and just keep busting it.
A what?
You should buy a CO2 BB pistol and stretch a balloon over the barrel and just keep busting it.
Yeah?
Put your pistol in
That's
the
an idea
air.
for show. Put it in the air. Where's his body shield? Who knows
Oh
where a
my
body
God.
shield is?
I don't know. We pinged
Dude,
like
there's-
14 of them. There's 2 right here.
Yeah,
What is that?
yeah, there you go.
Wait, I was just, what? I swear I was just on that floor.
I don't know. They're 2 giant white torso-shaped.
You know
Sheets.
what's happening?
Fuck
I'm
off.
missing, wait, what?
You,
So you should go fuck yourself, you fat.
Wait, where were they? Oh, there's this little platform thing. Oh, I did not see this.
Oh, okay.
I'm going up the zip line, so I didn't know this little ledge appeared. I'm like, wait,
Oh yeah.
it's not on this floor. It's not on the next floor. Where the fuck are they?
It's in the loft. Or what the fuck ever. The mezzanine.
It's in the mezzanine.
It's in the Listerine.
In the Loftinator.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'm dropping this. So there's energy, and that.
These shield cells,
I got.
I could use bullets too. I only have 33.
Oh well, I'll give you one chance.
Yeah.
How did he?
Yeah, you're in Facebook, Ram? What's up?
where's
Yeah,
my
it's working.
What?
Yeah, no, my
Oh,
mixer, I had to, hold on, I had to move stuff around. My bad. You're good, Chat's working.
I didn't have an extended mag. If I had a lot of extended mag, I would have been dead.
Oh, I feel like I should have been able to climb up that.
Dude, I had 16 bullets and they did 8 damage apiece. Look at that.
I think I'm hearing people.
Alright.
Oh
Yeah.
Alright, I'm on my way.
Yep, he's
Somebody
zipping up
shooting
behind.
from over there. Right there is somebody else.
Yep.
I'm back there.
I'm moving
someone-
toward
I'm coming.
Somebody's
I'm
following
coming.
the robot. So he's probably coming in this building.
Yeah, I'm not attacking yet. I'm up in this. I hear him though. Right. Shit. There's 3 guys right over there. So we're talking about 2 spots.
Ooh. I'm gonna fuck these dudes up.
Big body them. By the way, do you guys know how to tell for Volt keys?
Now to what?
I only have 1 shield cell left.
Take that double tap, bitch.
Grenade just got thrown at me.
I'm a straight fucking in the ass tonight.
That's dope.
I see
Pathfinder's
one guy
down.
over there and one guy over there.
Off.
Oh, I just got
I'm playing-
smoked from down there.
I'm playing a different game. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, mark him
I
in
don't have any
the
shield cells. I can't really heal myself.
Oh,
Oh shit, they're inside.
I got one down on the
Alright, I'm coming. There we go. Oh, somebody just threw their ult at us. So watch yourself.
Oh, I just got shit blown up my face. I almost fucking
Somebody's
died.
here.
Fuck.
Come on up. I'll throw. Okay. Yeah. Come to us, Grim. I'll throw you a med box.
I'm almost dead. Yeah, I died. I was trying to get shield cells.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Circle's coming. Fuck.
Oh my.
Oh, there's like 3 guys outside. Oh my god.
I had 1 syringe and no shield cells.
Oh shit. I fucked up. I'm coming, mechanic guy. Sorry.
It's all good. All good. I put them down. There's one guy out there.
Just ran past.
Yeah, there's somebody out here.
Oh, okay. Hey, you get him up. I'm looking.
He was towards the tracks.
I got a couple. I have 1 syringe I got out of the box. That's it.
Yeah, there's.
He's 3.5k kills.
Here you go, Grim.
Any more health?
Here,
I need
here,
help.
syringes here.
Yeah. Come.
Here,
come to Papa.
I'll just drop some.
Oh,
Yeah, in the storm. Oh shit.
Oh no. One guy right there. Oh no, 2. Oh, that other guy's crawling. Yeah, there's one guy up on the right.
Okay.
This is all I saw, but do what you gotta do, you know? Yep, yeah! That's how it's done. Motherfucker!
That shit was hotter than a Taki
Why
dump.
do I always get an R45?
2 rats fucking in a wool sock.
Sure.
What?
That was hotter than 2 rats fucking.
Yeah. Yep.
My
Yeah, I was Yeah, I was saying something different, but sure.
I'm
Two
not
rats.
seen it for it.
Before you go talkie. fucking
Yeah,
wolf.
mine was
Hey,
a
Swamp Ass.
talking joke. Yeah, Swamp Ants is nothing to fucking shake a stick at, bro.
You would be having that. dude.
Swamp
It's
Ass
award.
is serious.
Yeah.
Swamp Ass is some serious shit.
No, a minute before it starts moving, I'm gonna. Ah, fuck.
Oh man, this whiskey's good. Is doing me in. I'm still killing.
Yeah.
Do you have any heals? Good.
Should I not bring you guys back here?
Yeah, you might want to heal before you. It's probably best to bring
Alright.
us back. I don't think. I'd say it's the best
It's
choice.
Got a good 30
Heal
seconds.
yourself.
Gotta run.
Yeah, you guys should just start running and loot on the way. I wouldn't loot these buildings. You got 20 seconds.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna start running the line and loot this first thing I come to that I
Yeah.
looks good. We'll run for that rope right there.
Yeah, I have some small heals I can drop.
Yeah. I'm starting to think I really dig this game.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Yeah, there's some guns over there.
Cliffs of Insanity.
It's a little difficult, but it's fun.
You got a gun, Drew?
Yeah.
Holy crap! I found all the zombies.
He found all of them, not just a couple. All of them motherfuckers.
I literally found them.
You got every single one, bro.
Dude, if you saw this,
Oh shit, there's people fucking shooting at me.
Shit, I'm coming to you, Joe.
Yeah, they're over there
I
somewhere.
just got attacked by about 100 zombies.
Oh shit, two of them are running up the balloon.
Alright, let them motherfuckers come in here. Oh, they're behind us too.
Oh, other end, yeah. Oh god, they got me. It's one person.
Oh no, they flew over there,
Nope, two
motherfucker.
people now. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, they hit us at a vulnerable moment.
5 kills down the
We
drain.
dropped the soap. Ooh, good game.
Yeah, that double tap ain't nothing to fuck with. I like to call Wu-Tang Clan
What'd you have it on?
the scout.
That's right. Cool.
Scout
yeah.
Clan.
Yeah. That double tap ain't nothing to fuck with. Double tap ain't nothing to fuck with.
Oh, come on. I think I need to start upgrading using some of my credits to upgrading these classes.
Good job. Bro, crypto is actually overpowered, not gonna lie. It's like crypto's overpowered. I was a little able to know where they were at all times. You know, finish their builds.
I'm gonna let one of you guys jump. Had way too much whiskey.
I'm giving it to Grimbo.
Grimbo slice.
Bad idea.
No gun. Come on, fucking bins. Okay. Oh,
I hear.
I'm right behind
Oh my
you, mechanic.
God.
We're all together. We're all together. I got a 2020. I hear, dude.
They're right in that. Nice. Oh, there's a Pathfinder in here. You just picked up a.
Okay. Hey, you got me.
There's another
Got him,
one.
Got him. Another guy in the door.
What?
Oh.
I killed him and he killed me. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I wasn't watching. I was crying.
Yo, say my control bags are low. I swear I just put new ones in.
Yeah, we all did. Okay, so we did 200, 311,
Must be a
yeah,
big
we did a
lag.
lot of damage. Yeah, we
You
did
said
enough
that last
damage
dude
to
only
kill
did
3 gun
36 damage. Dude. That is not fucking true.
Bullshit.
Oh, almost took that guy out and then charged him behind me.
That's what she said.
It is what she said. I was there when she said it.
She said it to him. I just got a score for assisted suicide.
Nice.
That's awesome.
In real life, they give you a jail sentence.
I shot the guy. I shot the guy and he fell off the building.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I shot the guy and he like went to go try to avoid me and he fell off the building. It's like a bonus for assisted suicide.
Where be the other thing?
Probably need to eat. I mean, since like 12 noon. I was hungry at work.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, because I ate and then I went to work and then I got hungry at work. No, you know what? I forgot I did have wings at work. That was so long ago.
But yeah,
I forgot all
just
about that.
protein only, you know, I mean, a little bit of carbs, it's not much.
Yeah, and that was a
Not
long time
much
ago.
to, yeah, see you through there.
Train action.
Alright. Yeah, Grim, before you eat, let's get a
Oh,
victory.
God.
One sweet victory.
Yeah, man.
Honestly,
Or,
this
okay,
might be my
I
new
didn't
main
know if
race.
you're going train or not.
I
I'm
think
with
this
you.
might be my new main
Oh
race.
shit!
What's that?
He's good.
Oh,
Dude, crypto is so bad. Like, dude, I don't understand why I didn't play earlier.
There's somebody roboting around this and shit.
Okay.
And I finally got a gun.
Yeah, I got.
Are you kidding me?
I don't need all
You got-
these.
I got 2 Phoenix kits too. Oh, we're pulling into the station.
Oh, really? I did too, dude. I'm serious. I got 2 Phoenix. We all have 2 Phoenix kits?
Damn, that's not enough
Alright, I'm-
Phoenix kits, according to my
No,
math.
more Phoenix kits needed.
Oh, right
Yeah.
there. Look. Yes, Phoenix.
Give me your Phoenix kits.
Get them.
Yeah.
Phoenix kit thief.
Pop
I
your
boxed
Phoenixes.
them. Are you going over? Somebody's on the 2nd floor. Yeah, I want to get in on this. I'm coming. Yes. I only have 13 heavy bolts. I need heavy bolts. But I got an Eva.
You need what?
Saw gravy.
Oh yeah?
Alright.
Next for gas trap, gas trap.
Oh, right here. Out on the deck. They're coming in probably.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Oh,
Did you
I got you guys mixed up. Fuck.
She's running upstairs.
I hell wasn't shooting her? She was lifeline.
Hey, I'm popping the Phoenix.
Oh, there's mad people coming in now. That's not good.
I got no ammo.
I have
I got no ammo. Mechanic one
I have
above you,
13
right above you.
energy shots.
He just ran in.
Alright, here we go. I have 13 energy bullets and I have a little bit of light.
I got no ammo, but
Alright, then
I could use light if you
I have
got it.
27 bullets. So not really. If you don't have any ammo, here, take that.
Yeah. I don't have any ammo. Alright.
Alright, she's dead.
Reload.
Nice. Oh, I hear robot legs right there.
Another one dead.
Oh, nice.
Last one down in the boom boom.
Oh, that was fucking. Oh, another Phoenix kit.
Here, I just put my last 7 rounds in here. My last 7 light bullets. Alright. Good thing we got Phoenix kits for days, bruh. Yeah. Alright, Ozzy, you're leaving. Okay, my bad, buddy.
I don't have any
been
heavy,
crazy.
so I mean, I don't have a
Okay.
heavy gun, is what I mean. Okay, so we both got a little
Yeah.
ammo.
No, we gotta go get them. Gotta go pick them up. I'm gonna go this way to pick them up.
I mean, who's
Me, I'm going to res Grim.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I thought.
Oh no, Ozzy in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Ozzy, he was talking and I was ignoring him.
You can take whatever out of my box. You're probably not going back to it. So
I'm
take
looting
the
these other
Phoenix
boxes. They got big shits.
kits. Well, you should take the Phoenix kits or whatever out of my box. I'm not going back to it.
Oh, I think I.
Ooh, I will
took 8
definitely
Phoenix
take that.
Take whatever.
Is there a scout somewhere? I don't have any light ammo.
Oh, I think I might have seen a scout in one of those boxes. There's like 5 boxes. There's a double tap, so I bet there's a scout.
What? I could have sworn there was other bins here.
No! Are you kidding me? I got blocked by the rail! Dude, the rail just killed me. Oh my god, dude. The rail really just killed me.
Grim, I'll drop an alternator for you. I've only got 11 rounds, but you might can run back
Bro,
to the box.
Somebody just flew on us?
Nah. Thanks.
Grandpa done.
Where's the other guy?
He is a
I just saw the shadow. I don't know.
Okay. He had a vault key. I just picked up a vault key out of him.
Oh, I'm trying to get back up there.
And somebody else hit. Unless that was them.
Where is this fool?
I have no yells at all.
Oh,
I got a Phoenix kit.
there we go. He had a self-res.
Bro, if you really need one, go get one of those.
So I just got a vault key.
You really need one, go get one of those smoking monsters up there.
I just got a vault key out of
Hey, you
got a
just
vault
like
key out of one of their boxes.
Nobody's home, dude. Just
Oh,
go get it.
okay.
I'll pay for it whenever I get my money from mom else. But she doesn't get mad.
And the circle's coming.
Yeah.
Is there a heavy gun or some shit in there?
There's a flat line here.
I'm running back towards the circle.
Where is it? Oh, near. Up there, my bouncy
Hey,
thing.
we can get back to all those boxes we killed, guys. There's quite a bit of loot in there.
Okay.
If it's in the circle, I don't know if it's in the circle or not. I can't remember exactly where it was at, honestly. I think it was over there, but it's outside the... There's a double tap in one of the boxes, though.
Boom.
I've got a health box.
All right.
Hey, are you playing? Are you still playing? Why don't you just stop
I'm
for
running
tonight
this.
since it's going 2 a.m.
There we go. That's what I'm
That's what I was
talking about.
This ain't the
Fudging
building,
them
I don't
up.
think. Do you remember where that building was at?
No, I do not. I think it was the building you're at. I think it was that building.
Huh?
Okay, maybe I didn't go to like the upper stories. I'm gonna look again.
People are fighting right there, right there. This guy's fighting
Oh, okay.
up
Well,
there.
I'm coming. I'm behind you guys.
Trying to find a more covert way there, if it exists. Side running, it's like a mile and they're lining you.
Here, there's a
Yeah.
med kit. Somebody needs it. Wants it.
Yeah, one of you guys.
I just dropped it.
Oh shit! I'm all like.
I got
shit.
heals.
You guys coming?
You don't want this med
I'm
kit?
going,
Okay.
Rip. Shit. No, I got plenty.
Well, I just wanted to do this first. I thought we were.
I'm with you, Rip.
This dude, you see him? Yeah.
Yep. I broke the shield, or one of us.
Oh,
did.
I am almost fucking dead.
Yeah, heal
Shit.
up, or try to swap out for a shield.
Here's a heal bot, Grim, right here.
Yeah, get back to that heal bot.
Oh, he's up on the second floor. Right
He's got a gold shield. Here, Grim, get this heal bot.
I'm gonna pop the phoenix.
Oh,
shield,
grenade.
pick it up. Shit, grenade. Oh, goddamn, another guy. There's another guy outside in the snow. 2 more guys. Fuck.
Fuck.
This is a million
Alright.
squads. Yeah, they.
Down here,
well,
guys. I see
there's
this.
2
Yeah, there's-
squads, guys.
We gotta go to Storms here.
Alright, we should
Yeah.
stay in a circle. Fuck.
Up.
Yeah, there's more guys right
I'm
around
getting
here.
zero
Uh,
and rolling out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be right behind us, chasing and shooting.
Alright.
Don't forget your speed abilities, Grim.
I'm just gonna use it and run in the rocks. Throw your shit, Joe.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
we're
did.
running in. What the fuck's going on? We're running into a dead end?
No,
Fuck.
you're
man.
good. You're good.
It's a dead end, man.
No, there's a tunnel. There's a tunnel.
What's the map?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, there's a
fuck.
tunnel. A tunnel. Shit.
Yeah, I didn't see what
Yeah,
you were
that
saying.
helped a
That
whole
does
lot.
look like a